What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us.
This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about we the people choosing our government and the choice between freedom versus tyranny.
Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
What is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. We are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil.
We need to remember above and beyond that we must love our neighbors, that we must treat other people as we hope to be treated.
You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative.
America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing!
You want healthy children. Don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
Come to you today as a former Democrat. I will be a first-time Trump voter tonight.
The people dreamed this country, and it's the people who are making America great again.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham. Breaking news into the Fanfare newsfeed.
As you might have expected, yeah, that bill didn't pass. It flopped big time. Get ready for the shutdown, people. It's probably coming. I don't really care. I do mean it. Just so you know, I'm not being, flippant about it. As I've told you guys before, the essential services will be covered. You will indeed be able to get your Social Security. The military will be paid. So I don't care. I couldn't care less. Could care less if they shut this thing down. It was a, a veritable poop show on the floor of the House tonight. So I'm going to show you some cuts that are just going to be like, yeah, these people are nuts. They are bat poop crazy. So the schedule for tonight, as I mentioned to you, schedule for tonight has Charlie Kirk coming on in I'd say about 30 minutes, and right after him would be Ben Shapiro. So how it's going to work tonight is as these guys come up and do their speech, obviously I'll cover them, we'll go ahead and cut to their speech, and then when they're off stage, we'll come back here and take some comments and do what we normally do. Everything is scheduled to basically kick off here at about 7:45 our time at the event. I'm watching it, got the stage. I love this. In fact, you guys who joined me for rallies, for a long time, I love the live events. That's my passion. I love seeing these things, talking to you guys, seeing your reaction to everything. I can't wait. I believe Trump talks Sunday. I think it's 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock our time, but we got time. We'll make sure we get the right times for that. But I'm pumped. I'm pumped. I like the live events. They're energetic. Things are happening, and don't worry. I guess you wouldn't hear this, but if you're not here right now, this will be obviously available on replay. I'm just checking over my shoulder. It says 18 minutes. 18 minutes is when they're starting. 18 minutes. All right, so since I got a bunch of stuff to go over, first thing I want to show you, because this will probably tick you off, Rhinos got to be rhinoing. That's the only way you can talk about this right now. Rhinos got to be rhinoing. Here we go.
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
I want to show you this. This is the actual count from the vote tonight. All right, so there's the count. As you can see, 2 Democrats came over to vote for it. 35 Republicans shot it down. 35. 13 didn't even bother to show up. Our country's so screwed up right now. These people just don't get it. You're telling me 13 people from the Republican Party didn't even bother to show up. I wish I had the names here. I would definitely put them on blast and show you these idiots didn't even bother showing up. The other 35, we're going to be able to get those names as well. 35 Republicans didn't vote for it. Now understand, this could be some sort of, I don't know, game playing, because I believe you need 200 and something to actually pass it. So if all 35 of those Republicans had voted yes, they still would have only had, by my math, 206. That's not enough. So those other 13 over there who just decided they were taking a day off, we need to find out who they were too. But so by them taking the day off, it gave the other people the ability to say, yeah, no, we're not ready. Any event, Trump's first attempt, the 116 bill that they drew down, didn't work. And so now that's back to the drawing board before tomorrow. So what I want you to see is this video by Anna Paulina Luna, where these nut jobs, she's talking and she barely can get a word out. Check this out. I gotta turn it up. Hold on.
Because I realize that the plan that's on the table currently to keep our government open, but also the promise from the only president in my lifetime who's ever followed through on all of his campaign promises to the American people. Excuse me, I'm not done talking. Give me the same respect we give you guys.
The House will come to order. My colleagues are reminded the gentlewoman has the floor.
She should have done that thing, reclaiming my time, or she should have done the Kamala thing. I'm talking now, because these guys aren't giving the woman any respect.
She has the right to be heard. The gentlewoman has the right to be heard, and the gentlewoman would be reminded to direct her comments to the chair. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
From the only president in my lifetime who's fulfilled all of his campaign promises to the American people, has promised to cut hundreds of billions of dollars in reconciliation. You want to talk about shutting down the government. The deal that was negotiated was largely rejected by the American people, which, to Speaker Johnson's credit, pulled it from the floor, which is why we are here today. The deal on the table will keep the government open for the American people, and if you guys so choose to shut it down, it will be on you, but not the Republican Party. We will not be going back to the table. This deal stands as it is, so let you go back home on Christmas and explain to your people why you shut down the government, because we won't be doing it.
The House.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The gentlewoman is reminded to direct her comments to the chair. My colleagues are reminded to yield the floor to the gentlewoman from Florida.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the former bill had items in it to include random pandemic policies, biocontaminant research that were not in the best interest of the American people. So the deal on the table is as is. You either vote for or you vote for the shutdown, but it will be not on the Republican Party, but on Democrats as it stands. Mr. Speaker, I yield my time.
Gentlewoman yields. My colleagues, the chair acknowledges the emotion and passion behind all arguments. Please, the House will be in order. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves.
So all kinds of fireworks going on. And of course, I got to show you this one. This guy here, he blames Elon. It's Elon's fault for all this stuff happening. You know, this guy's got a social network called X, and people are trying to, like, talk to us and stuff. We can't have people talking to us.
Your currency in this institution is your word. We reached an agreement. We came to modest achievements. And a tweet changed all of it? Can you imagine what the next 2 years are going to be like?
Mr. Old Guy, it wasn't one tweet. It was like hundreds and thousands of tweets and posts. It wasn't one. You can try to reduce it to it just being about Elon, which is what they want to do. They want to make this about Elon Musk. God help Elon Musk. It's a good thing that Trump was elected, because these people are so pissed off right now, they will do anything to take down X. I mean, literally anything. They now know this is the bane of their existence. They have to make Americans shut up. We can't take this. This is gold, though. This is why you should be completely enthused at this point. You know it's working. Don't stop. Keep going on these morons.
If every time the Congress works its will and then there's a tweet, or from an individual who has no official portfolio, who threatens members on the Republican side with a primary, and they succumb? This institution has a separate responsibility based upon the separation of powers.
What are you talking about, bro? you're saying, and you're ticked off that a simple, an American, someone who just happens to have 200 million followers, but it's bothering you. It's bothering you that we're all speaking. It's driving these people nuts that we have a voice, and you're seeing it right now. Here's Jamie Raskin and him freaking out.
Where are you on this issue?
We had many weeks of negotiation with the Republicans. We arrived at a bipartisan legislative compromise. The Senate Democrats, the Senate Republicans, the House Democrats, the House Republicans, everybody agreed, and then it was blown up by Elon Musk, who apparently has become the fourth branch of government. And that's just an intolerable way of proceeding under
What do you mean, the fourth pillar of government? Are you really saying to the American people, as you guys are chatting, are you understanding what they're freaking out about? They're freaking out about this guy, it happens to be Elon Musk, has given all of us a voice. They don't like it. I love it. I love the fact that these people are beside themselves and they don't even know what to do at this point. They can't shut us up. They can log off Twitter if they want, or /X. They can just close your account, do like George Stephanopoulos and just close it and leave. But you can't make us stop. We're going to keep coming for you. At this point, every single one of you. Smell that? You should smell the blood in the water at this point. These people are terrified of you. They have never before had to basically report to Americans. They would just tell you, here's what we're doing, here's how we're doing it, and hope you like it, and if you don't, we really don't care. And now they're having to see Americans respond, and they're blaming it on Elon. And all he has done is allow us to talk. I cannot imagine at this point what 2016 would have been like if Twitter wasn't playing whack-a-mole and deleting every conservative that they possibly could from talking. All the crimes over the last how many years that they've hidden. These 350,000 kids. Now we got to start talking about that. Oh, now we know it works. Now you got to move into plan B. Once they go ahead and shut down the government, it's going to be Christmas next week, and who knows what's going to happen. Might be a dead time. Now might be a good time to start talking about the 500,000 kids. Oh, you didn't want to talk about that, huh? Oh, no. Nobody in Congress wants to talk about that. Now I think we get Elon and Vivek to start hitting on that. Hey, let's talk about the kids. Where are these kids? What's going on? Why are they not found? What happened on that island? What happened at the Diddy parties? Oh man, they've opened a Pandora's box that they can't fix. The genie is fully out the bottle. And it's every single one of you with an X account. I don't care if you have one follower, you have a voice. Use it.
Representative democracy. So the Democrats are going to try to figure out how we can salvage the public good out of the wreckage that has just been foisted upon us.
But do you think that there's a scenario where you might regret rejecting a clean debt ceiling increase? I mean, that's what they've added to this.
We're going to discuss this in our caucus, and we'll figure out what to do. It's just horrific that they have thrust us into this kind of chaos already, and they haven't even taken over yet.
Some Republicans are saying they've done their part now, that what comes next is up to you, and if this doesn't get passed and the government shuts down, the Democrats are going to own this.
Yeah, they did their part by entering into a legislative compromise with us, which we negotiated over a several-month period. We arrived at the compromise.
You can take your compromise and shove it. That compromise that you had, whatever rhinos you were working with, weren't working on our behalf, weren't working on your behalf. Now you're hearing what the people want. Not a couple people in a closed door meeting and you could come out and say it's bipartisan. Oh, we had like 10 Republicans in this meeting. And these 10 Republicans were saying, oh, this sounds good. Let's go ahead and block anybody from getting the emails. Let's go ahead and open up biolabs. Let's go ahead and make people not be able to say certain words. You actually put that in a bill for people not to be able to say certain words. For everybody else to pay for a football stadium we will never go to. So yeah, you had 10 or 12 people, who knows what you paid them, but now you're hearing from Americans. I don't care about your bipartisan crap. What I care about is what Americans want. So if you got to shut it down, you got to shut it down, boy.
And that's what we've all been behind, and that's what we expect to go forward. So who is our leader, Hakeem Jeffries, supposed to negotiate with? Is it Mike Johnson? Is he the Speaker of the House? Or is it Donald Trump? Or is it Elon Musk? Or is it somebody else? So we got to try to figure out how to salvage some kind of public interest out of the wreckage that they've just put upon us. Thanks.
So you're saying at this point, you don't even know who to negotiate with. How about do it in public? There's a novel concept. Hey, let's go ahead and put a bill out and let's see how the American people react to it. You don't even need to put the wheretofores, heretofores, and subsection. Just tell us the numbers. Tell us how much you're spending. I don't know if you guys know today, but Anthony Blinken just announced they're sending, you ready for this one? $200 million to Sudan. He announced that today, that he's sending $200 million to Sudan. If that's not kickbacks and laundering written all over it, I don't know what is. You're going to, some warlord over in Sudan, in Africa, you're going to give him 200 million American dollars. These people need to be run out on a rail. I mean, just absolutely just destroyed for what they're doing to us. So, Steve Bannon, who's out at this event as they're getting ready to start, he's got Natalie, who's basically doing a little bit of stuff, and listen to what she had to say.
And you know what was so funny about that CR, right? All the pork that was in there, choose your enemy, Ukraine, Big Pharma, take your pick. You know how many times the border was mentioned in that CR? 4 times. 1,547 pages, 4 mentions of the border. So that's who you have representing you up on Capitol Hill right now. But here's the thing, right? I asked Steve before the show if I was allowed to say this. I think sometimes we sound a little passive, right, in the way we come and support government shutdowns. We are fully in support of shutting down this illegitimate, weaponized regime. Right? Shut it down. And do you know why? Because you want to know what Politico and your betters at MSNBC and the mainstream media are saying to you about why we can't shut down the government? Because, the transition team, they're not going to be able to work with President Trump. You mean the same people who are shredding documents as we speak and demanding blanket preemptive pardons? You think they're going to give us the keys to the kingdom? I say shut the government down and shut the paper shredders off, because that's exactly what's going on right now.
You know it, girl. You know it right now. The rats are scurrying. They are all over the place. They're seeing things. Trump, let me just tell you, if you're watching this on replay, but those of you who are watching live, you know it's December 19th, a month before Trump gets in office, and they don't know what to do. You're watching these people completely implode. And I love it. I love the fact that they're running around like this. The only thing I beg of you is to keep the pressure on. You got these people on the run. Listen to this nut here. I mean, and I do mean nut in the best terms. She's crazy.
That means they lose one vote. If one person, because you have to have a majority, if it's 216 to 216, it fails. Let me tell you, this quote-unquote mandate that MAGA thinks exists, it ain't going nowhere, right? Because they literally can't do the basics. We have passed the least amount of bills in this Congress because of the Republicans. And let me remind...
If there's anybody in Congress who I have the least amount or want to hear from the least, it's probably her. Even more so than AOC. This woman barely has a high school education, it seems. Obviously, she's college educated, but she's stupid. And she's like, Congresswoman hood rat. How could you possibly be representing a district with anybody above an 8th grade education? I don't know.
Because you brought up the debt ceiling. Remember why the last speaker got kicked out? It was because he raised the debt ceiling. And all of it, and Trump was the one calling for his head. Now he's like, raise the debt ceiling. You know why? Because his Trump tax cuts, this old con that he has, right, that helps out all the billionaires that he's putting into his administration, or at least is hoping to put into his administration, those Trump tax cuts, they expire in 2025. Mind you, he is the only president we've ever had that in one term ran our debt up to $8 trillion. So he already knows he's about to run our debt up, so he doesn't want to have to deal with the debt ceiling. Instead, he wants us to do it. Listen, I ain't got no favors for you, Trump. When you get here, then yes, you will have the House, the Senate, as well as the White House, and y'all can see if y'all can figure it out. But right now, I am not trying to shut down this government, because let me tell you, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or Independent, when you are traveling over these holidays, you may end up with some problems, because TSA is federal government, because those that are doing air traffic control to make sure that we're safe, that's federal government.
She needs to go read what essential services are, because she's lying.
Government. If you are concerned about the border, let me tell you, that is also federal government officers. And so, yes, if you're concerned about our international security, guess what? Our military personnel will not get paid.
I told you this afternoon. Oh, okay. Let me finish her.
All because you don't want to help out those that need help as relates to seniors. You don't want to help out farmers. You don't want to help out our veterans. These are the things that were in the bill. And
the freak out is real. The fact that she's talking so fast like that and trying to say stuff and she's lying as she's talking. Hey, back it down, girl. Talk slowly. One lie after the other doesn't work. We know what essential services are versus non-essential services. Everything coming out of your mouth, the pablum that you're puking, is all a lie. The fact that you guys are in this situation, that you don't have the White House, actually, for the next 30 days you do, why isn't Kamala Harris and Joe Biden negotiating before the shutdown? Why? Where they at? In fact, right now, Elon and everybody else could probably just sit back and fold their arms. We don't care. Shut it down. January 20th is 30 days away. We're going to be okay, girl. You can bet that. Ain't nobody worried about it, except you guys. But why, if you wanted to negotiate it, aren't Biden and Kamala doing something? They're not even, I don't even know if they're either on Capitol Hill. They're not doing anything. Absolutely nothing. And then, of course, you get, dime store Obama, who comes out and just makes you want to throw up as well.
The Musk-Johnson proposal is not serious. It's laughable. Extreme MAGA Republicans are driving us to a government shutdown.
Do you see a world in which you might regret not agreeing with the clean debt ceiling increase?
The Musk-Johnson proposal. That's what the man just said. The Musk-Johnson proposal. Okay, just so you know, I didn't know Elon Musk had anything to do with, putting together the proposal, but maybe you guys know. I'm checking the clock. They must have rewound it because it still says 18 minutes. Okay, but it's on the right time. I got it. Let me check the other to make sure we're not missing anything. Nope, we're good. So that's kind of what's been going on today. Donald Trump posted, last time he posted was 2 hours ago. He was just trying to get them to basically pass the bill, which they didn't do. He said, let me pull it up for you. He goes, the United States will cut hundreds of billions of dollars in spending next year through reconciliation. So it is what it is at this point. Let me see if Vivek posted anything. Okay, Vivek about a half hour ago, he posted on the crap that you just heard Hakeem Jeffries. When he talked about the Musk-Johnson proposal is not serious. It's laughable. Extreme MAGA Republicans are driving us to a government shutdown. One day, somebody in their party, let me just tell you this. One day, somebody in their party is going to say, MAGA, we keep using that like it's a denigrating term. You understand it's about make America great again? Maybe we shouldn't address these people as MAGA as an insult, because you make yourself look stupid. I mean, you're in office, Democrat or Republican, to make America great again, aren't you? Isn't that the sole reason that you are in office? You'd like to see this country prosper? So by every time you use a statement and say something like, the MAGA Republicans, what the hell does that mean? You mean the people who want to see this country be great? Is that what you're saying? Those people are bad? MAGA is bad? Well, what do you want to see America become? Anybody ask him? Anyway, Vivek said this is inane commentary on several levels, and I suspect even Hakeem Jeffrey knows it. I love that because he's saying he's full of crap. That's basically what he's saying. He's saying that straight up. He's full of crap. Now let's see. He's posted a couple times. Let's see what he says here. What does U.S. government use taxpayer dollars for? And the Doge page says 6.9 million studying smart toilets that recognize. Oh, please tell me that's not real. Please tell me we did not spend 6.9 million use it to study smart toilets that recognize the toilet user's anal print. I don't even want to know. I don't want to know if I'm sitting on a throne that there's something looking up at me going, okay, let me go ahead and catch that and take a picture. That's one of the sickest things I've ever heard. And we spent 6.9 million, huh? 2.3 million to inject dogs with yayo. Okay. 118,000 to study if metal replica robot of Marvel Comics Thanos could really snap his fingers. Oh no. 75,000 in grants on a Harvard study on lizards being blown off trees with leaf blowers. What in the hell has happened to our government? Seriously. You know that's basically money laundering. Ain't nobody doing any study of anal butt prints for a toilet. It ain't happening. It's they can make up the study, and then they can decide to pay the person who's supposedly doing the study, $6.9 million of your money. And Vivek says, that's worse than comical. Oh yeah, it's much worse than comical. That's crazy. Next one, Tim Burchett says, I'll be proposing legislation that every amendment will have the name of the sponsor in it. We need to know who to blame. I don't understand how we don't have that. How do we not know who's putting up a bill? Wow, that's crazy. Anyway, so let me take some of your comments, because we should be getting started here in the next 10 minutes. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. Oh, wait a minute, I got two things to show you. Former Rep. Matt Gaetz publicly proposed a plan to force the disclosure of House members who were the subject of those kind of problems and settlements paid with public funds following reports his ethics report will be released. I don't have no problem with that. I can't believe that they withheld that from us for all this period of time. Now a number of Republican lawmakers are preparing to help him, with GOP lawmakers passing around a resolution that would execute the effort according to a draft resolution. They don't want to see what's about to happen. They're starting to get an inkling. Trump is seriously considering, or it looks like everybody is considering, walking into the Capitol building and pulling the pin, rolling it down the hall, and just burn it down. Absolutely burn it down. And it should be burned down, what these people have done for us. And start with it right now. Shut it down. Just go ahead and shut it down. I think you heard this from me earlier. I love being ahead. There's a mass media campaign going on now that is trying to drive a wedge between Musk and Trump. They really hate not having Sugar Daddy Soros reigning supreme. I told you that. I called that. I said it. There was the PSYOP. They have launched the PSYOP, and they think that's going to work. Good luck with that. Seriously. Good luck with that. The freak out's just amazing here. Oh, you got to see this one. She writes, no one voted for Elon Musk. And Gunther put up, yeah, no one voted for Kamala Harris either, but she was installed. They can't take it. They cannot take it. It's all Elon Musk's fault. All right. There we go. Here, pick her up a little bit. It's not going to work. Nope, not going to work. Trump is going to see right through it. Hold on. Let me go ahead and make sure I don't miss anything. 11 minutes we got. Okay. We're paying 20 million newcomers. Yep. Oh, you sure did. Yep, I said it earlier. It was a PSYOP. I could call it. If you watch as much of this crap that I have to watch so I can put these shows together, once you start seeing the pattern, they all start saying the same thing. You're just like, oh, this is going to be easy to make a supercut. These people are nuts. Trump train's coming down that track. Yeah, it is. You have a child, you work. No work, no eat. I think that's in the Bible too, isn't it? Yeah. Mike McCarthy says, shut it down. I got no problem with it. I mean, seriously, make sure you understand that essential stuff still gets paid. Don't want anybody thinking, how is my Social Security going to get paid? If I'm a soldier, you're good. You're going to be fine. The non-essential stuff, well, you're going to have to wait. You're going to get paid. You're going to get paid because, they're going to back pay as well, unless you don't show up. But, anyway, is it worth coming back? We lost our government to, what's that say? Thanks for taking it for the team, Elon. Yeah. Hey, newcomer is a new fashion word. Haven't you heard? Oh, man, that's too funny. Barry, you never announced my 2 super chats from your show before. I don't know if I put it in too late. It may have come in after, because once I start closing up and I go through the whole list, and then I go back to the top to make sure if there's any late. But then once I start to wrap up any outro, and the outro, I believe, is a minute and 40 seconds. So if something comes in a minute and 40 seconds and I don't see it, I can't address it. But what I can tell you is right now, I got you on the screen, so Mr. Zimmerman, thank you very much. I'm acknowledging it right now. I'll go to work tomorrow if Congress and our government. Exactly, the essentials will get paid nonetheless, and all they're doing is trying to inflame people and drive them absolutely crazy when they know that's not the truth. Can someone tell me, where was that? Can someone tell me why Soros wants to destroy us so bad? Well, he's a part of that one world globalist government. And if you guys haven't looked at it, because many people haven't seen it, I want you to look up these words. You'll own nothing and be happy. You'll eat the bugs and live in the pod. They literally want to make us part of the Matrix. If you've never seen the movie The Matrix, they pretty much want to put you in the Matrix. They want to do this stuff that they call 15-minute cities, where you don't get to go anywhere. You have to stay right in the neighborhood that they want you to live in. You will own nothing. You will own no property, and you'll be happy. If you've never seen that, they actually made a commercial about it. Let me see if I can pull it up. If you haven't seen it. Let me see if I can find it. Own nothing and be happy. Let me see if I can find the video. But there's a video with, and it's got this guy. I don't even know if I can say his name, but his name is Klaus, and they actually say, own nothing and be happy. Eat the bugs, live in a pod. Here is a snapshot of it. Let me see if I can pull this up. Yeah, I can pull this up real quick so you can see. You will own nothing and be happy. Are you ready to own nothing? No, I don't want to not own anything. This is actually, just to let you know, you can see this. This is from the World Economic Forum, and this is a still from their video, the promo video of you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Let me see if they've got owning a home is a luxury. Privacy is a luxury. Let's see, it's not here. Welcome to the year 2030. Welcome to my city, or should I say our city. I don't own anything. I don't own a car. I don't own a house. I don't own any appliances or any clothes. It might seem odd to you, but it makes perfect sense for us in this city. Let me see if I can pull it up directly. They probably scrubbed it. Can't find it. But they actually put out a program where they expected you to own nothing and be happy. No clothes, nothing. You own nothing and be happy. That's some crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff in regards to what they were doing. What's interesting is I put that in, and all this stuff showed up. All these different, you'll own nothing, be happy. There's our boy Klaus. There was the book Own Nothing and Be Happy. They were actually pushing this. They were actually pushing this as a way in terms of what they wanted to have happen here in America. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick, if the video's in here. All right, here was somebody's tweet some time ago. You have 7 more years until the WEF believes you own nothing and be happy. And this is how our world could change by 2030, which ain't that far away right now. And that's what they were thinking about doing. How you like that? How you like them apples? Own nothing and be happy. Going against all my thinking. I just bought $20 Bitcoin today. Going to figure out a wallet next. You go, Christopher. Give it a shot. Klaus literally drives like a Bond villain. He's like Dr. Evil in the Austin Powers movies. He does. For some reason, this nut job has had this plan for quite some time. And they follow it. They want it to happen. They fly to meetings and meet with this nut job. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. People are speaking on X. Where'd that go? People are speaking on X, and corrupt Congress is angry, terrified. Not just angry, terrified. They must shut us down at this point. They have no choice. Trump is saving us from that. Absolutely. Just think how far they went with it. Just think how far down the path these people had thought they were going to go with Obama, Kamala, and Joe, and what they were thinking, and how they were shipping money all over the country because, you weren't supposed to own anything. And we'll bring in all these newcomers. She said it many times. We all don't start in the same place. And so someone who's, you start here, but we got to bring this person up, so we got to take some stuff away from you. Yeah, this was crazy. It's about time they get a taste of their own medicine. Oh, I agree with that. Was the whole thing with Neil Cavuto. I don't know if he was fired or, basically shown the door. Who knows? Scarletto says, I've been on X all day. Good. Merry shutdown Christmas. If they had passed that, which they probably were close, until it got revealed, Trump would have been done. If they had passed that, they would have killed MAGA. RFK Jr. would have been doing nothing. He could not have gone after the J6 people. Nothing could have happened. And they were close, which tells you how many Republicans have something to hide. When you start thinking about it, until everybody started posting and screaming about this thing online and showing you the snippets as to what this was, a football stadium, can't say certain words, funding the censorship agency. What do you think they were going to do with that? How fast were they going to shut people down on X and Facebook and here again? They had the plan in place. We just got lucky. Remove Johnson. No more mulligans for the spineless rhino. No, I get. How do we find out? I'm looking for the roll. Let me see if I can find that before we get started, because I'm seeing the 1 minute and a half countdown. Roll call for tonight's vote. Roll call tonight's House vote. Let me see if they posted it, because they're probably trying to hide it. Let me see. Roll call votes. Hold on. Okay, here we go. View details. Yep, I got it. Okay, here we go. I'm going to try to do this in a minute because they're about to start. All right, so if you can see, if not, let me know. But here is the roll. It just goes by last name. Okay, all states. Let me see if I go by states. Well, you'd have to look at this on your own, but it is all posted here. You can see who. Let's look at the people who didn't show up. This one didn't show up. I'll put this link in the chat, and you guys can go take a look at it, because everything is here in terms of who voted and who didn't vote and who voted yay and nay. I don't have time because this thing is about to start in 33 seconds. So let's get ready to rumble. But right now, I'll go ahead and put this in the chat right now. So if anybody wants to see it, if YouTube allows me to put a link in here, boom, there it is. You guys should see it now in the chat if you want to go see if your if your person actually voted or didn't show up. All right, looks like we're about to go live, and camera is up. Let me make sure I've got volume. Somebody's singing right now, so I can't show that, because he's probably, unless he's singing a national anthem, let me see. Got to make sure what number input this is. 32. Okay, hold on. Let's listen and see if it's copyrighted.
The ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaked, in the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave. Glory to God.
Yes, sir. Glory to God. Hey, everybody, let me know if the volume is okay.
Joe Biden will become the 46th president of the United States.
We did it, Joe. You're going to be the next president of the United States.
This year's election was, quote, the most secure.
How is the volume, everybody? How is the volume?
Dare call them protesters, insurrectionists, domestic terrorists.
For conservatives, November 2020 wasn't just a loss, it was a reckoning. The media seized the moment. The left's messaging was clear. Winning wasn't enough. They wanted to erase conservatism, the Republican Party, and Donald Trump entirely.
The decision could cost the former president hundreds of millions of dollars and potentially wipe out the family business in New York.
The message is clear. No one is safe. Let's rewind the clock to January 7th, 2021. While many groups and many people were fleeing Trump, Turning Point stood firm. We never wavered in our support of Donald J. Trump.
And I've already said he has my support if he runs again in 2024. I know Donald Trump was a phenomenal president. I know that he fulfilled his promises, and I know he would do it again.
I want to thank our good friend Charlie Kirk for everything that he's done to build Turning Point. It's incredible what he's done in a very short period of time into what.
I just turned it up. I don't want to go too loud, but do me a favor. Turn up your volume as well.
We stood by Donald Trump. We put our heads down and got to work to carry the conservative movement out of one of its lowest moments in history. We were attacked by the media, Antifa, violent protesters, and even lost donors and millions of dollars because of our unwavering support, determined to never lose again. Turning Point quietly built a grassroots army online and on the ground that wouldn't just stop the left, but empower the right to win elections and take back America. We invested in growing our college and high school field programs to bring conservative ideas to the next generation. We registered tens of thousands of new voters and delivered the youth vote in record numbers.
I did 25 campus stops this last semester, and I saw something happening both with men and women. It's important to note is the younger generation has voted the most Republican and conservative since 2004. Young men are the most conservative they've been in nearly 50 years. We're drawing 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people. We would register 500, 600, 700 first-time voters.
And Charlie Kirk is helping. He's got his army of young people. These are young patriots.
We hosted the largest events in the conservative movement, all focused on training and mobilizing Americans of all ages. We invested in outreach to young women, spearheading a realignment in the culture and persuading thousands of women to vote for conservative values. Turning Point invested in Black and Hispanic communities through Blexit, driving historic gains in minority support. We trained tens of thousands of pastors and church leaders to speak boldly and encourage their congregations to vote.
And I stand before you tonight thanks to the power of prayer and the grace of Almighty God.
Online, Turning Point owns the internet, influencing millions of minds every day through viral content, documentaries, podcasts, and shows.
When the right loses, they get organized, they fund, and they create insanely effective organizations like Turning Point USA.
She sees Charlie Kirk on her social media all the time, but couldn't name a single left-wing political influencer.
We didn't stop there. Turning Point worked tirelessly to hold the Republican Party accountable, kicking out failed leaders like Ronna McDaniel, putting young Turning Point activists into party leadership roles, and hosting our own version of the RNC winter meeting. We built the Unity Party, moving more independent voters to the right and expanding Trump's base.
You are living through a once-in-a-generation realignment, everybody, where it is no longer Republican versus Democrat. We get Tulsi Gabbard and Bobby Kennedy, they get Liz Cheney. We get Elon Musk, they get Adam Kinzinger. You can have the warmongers of a generation prior while we diversify, deepen, and strengthen our movement to include people that otherwise would never have been part of the Republican Party. It's time for us to engage, where legal and where appropriate, in voting month to get our low propensity voters in 2024 so that we can beat the Democrats at their own game.
It was a winning night. 12 years in the making.
Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Everything was just coming through me from not just how hard the president worked, but how hard we worked. I mean, we traveled the country nonstop, didn't see my family, did events in every corner. The president was facing 700 years in federal prison. They tried to take his business empire away from him. And then, of course, he got shot and nearly shot again at the golf course. There was this kind of feeling as like, is this possible? Are we going to do this? Just overwhelmed in that moment. It still really hasn't set in, to be honest.
Here's some words here from you, Charlie. You put all this together, my man. Let's hear it.
I am just humbled by God's grace.
From college campuses to urban voting lines, a sizable shift red from one of the most reliably blue voting blocks.
Is spread across the country. They register voters. We quietly hired well over 1,000 full-time people across all the battleground states in Arizona, Wisconsin, partially in Michigan and Pennsylvania.
They've made MAGA mainstream on campus. There's a lot of people wearing MAGA hats given to them by Turning Point USA.
One young man who actually told me he was on the fence, but it was Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA who have been in and around this campus sharing the message of Donald Trump that ultimately pushed him over.
We were laughing at them.
It was laughing like, oh, Elon Musk and Charlie Kirk with their PACs don't know what they're doing.
We thought that they were idiots. It turned out we were the idiots. We woke up in a body bag.
You do have to give credit to Turning Point and the Republicans this year. They've had a really good ground game.
I want to congratulate my friend Charlie Kirk for mobilizing students on more than 1,500 high school and college campuses all across the country. Amazing. Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people. Make America great again.
Turning Point made the largest ground game investment in the history of the conservative movement.
It was an election unlike any of us have ever covered.
A life unlike any we've ever covered.
We won! Thank you!
A massive gamble in the eyes of those looking on. Very few believed we could pull it off.
Donald Trump's strategy is not a way to win an election.
But we executed with relentless intensity, effort, and commitment. Winning was the only option.
But I want to thank Charlie. He's an incredible guy. His spirit, his love of this country. He's done an amazing job.
We hired 1,000 plus full-time ballot chasing staff, mobilized thousands of volunteers, and even deployed staff from other programs to the front lines to chase ballots. In Arizona, Turning Point chased more than 220,000 ballots, well over the margin of victory. In Wisconsin, we chased another 60,000 ballots that carried Trump across the finish line. Our immense ballot chase effort also helped flip Nevada, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Since 2020, Turning Point has added over 500,000 new Gen Z conservative voters to the electorate. Young men are now more conservative than they have been in 50 years. You can make the case we would have lost without Turning Point's ground game and massive investments in grassroots activism. Our work doesn't stop here. Turning Point and Charlie are determined more than ever to build a machine that will never lose again. Now is the time to invest even more, to push forward even harder, not relax. Together we'll ensure this generation and the ones to come are stronger than ever before.
This year I visited nearly 50 college campuses, meeting thousands of students and sharing with them why America is the greatest country ever to exist. We've been the driving force of the grassroots movement, getting young Americans to the polls and standing up for conservative values. But we're just getting started and there's so much more to do. None of this happens without our generous supporters like you, so please donate to Turning Point USA and help us keep this movement alive. Together, we'll continue to shape the future of America. Join us. Let's keep pushing forward.
Inauguration Day for the 47th President of the United States. First time ever the 47th President of the United States of America.
After years of uncertainty and division,
Democrats and the mainstream media expect us to believe that Joe Biden made a miracle
people said America was finished. But one man and one movement was not done
The energy
yet.
and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our
When it
nation.
felt like everything was slipping away, we were getting to work.
Donald Trump refuses to accept this fake, pathetic, mutilated version of the American dream.
The greatest country in the world.
I'm trying to put the volume at a place where everybody is happy, so I'm going to lower it a little bit so it's not so hot.
Effective organizations like Turning Point USA.
We had one more shot. We either win our country back or lose it forever. This story has a happy ending. Let's start at the beginning.
You are about to begin the greatest adventure of your life.
The biggest political phoenix from the ashes story ever.
I am officially running for President of the United States.
Transformation from businessman to reality TV star.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency.
We've been through so much.
All right, so right now, I've got they're playing a copyrighted song. Right now, I can hear Queen playing in the background, which the guys upstairs would have big problems with and would shut this down. So this is at the event. They're playing Queen. You guys can still see it. I just have the music muted at this point. And then once the speaker, which I believe the first speaker is going to be Charlie Kirk himself, I will obviously turn it back on. I got to check.
Tried to put him in federal prison. When that didn't work, they even tried to kill him.
Yeah, they're playing Queen underneath it for some reason. I hate when they do that. They got to understand people are watching and broadcasting on different platforms, and it just is the way it is at this point. YouTube does that. So I will continue to monitor here until somebody comes on.
American story.
Donald Trump accepted his third Republican presidential nomination days after an assassin attempted to take his life. President Biden has just announced that he he is ending his re-election bid. Kamala Harris has become the Democratic nominee.
You think about all the times that the media wrote the obituary of Donald Trump's political career.
And everybody was wrong.
This is a brand new presidential race.
We together are going to register new voters, chase ballot, vote early. We are going to do the work to save America.
President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania.
Winner of Michigan. And those
Just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270.
We will take back our country.
We are now projecting
And we will make
that the next president of the United States
America
is
great again.
America's comeback starts right now.
Donald Trump.
Donald returning to the White House as the 47th president of the United States.
His comeback victory unlike anything we have ever seen in American history.
It was the most successful citizen revolt. The people defeated the oligarchs.
he looks back on Donald Trump, he will be one of the greatest leaders this world has ever
Will
seen.
forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of.
I mean, I saw a really bad comment. Hey, buddy, I have a channel here I have to protect. So when they're playing this kind of music, I have to. You'll hear every speaker. I just can't play some of the intro music that they're playing. Unfortunately, that's just not my rules. That's their rules. It's a copyright thing. I do not own Queen music. But of course, as people begin to talk, and I'll keep listening to see if the music... I'm not jacking the levels. What happened was it went from a tape to the live broadcast on stage, so their mics were a little hot. Let me hear if they're still playing music.
Are yet to come.
All right, so it's, Charlie is about to come out. Now I know what their intro music is too, but you guys won't miss anything. Just gotta, you call that, I didn't call it crap music. I didn't say that. I just said they're playing the music. I can't play it. But as the person comes to the microphone, we'll do it. I'm sorry if this isn't what you're looking at, but this is how we have to do it. I did it the entire time during our events. Let's see what they're playing now.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's the 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
Gallup poll indicates that more Americans are leaning to the right.
We're living in a very weird world now where the conservatives are the one who seem to be very in touch with how people communicate.
They are becoming conservative in record numbers. They are rebelling against a kind of ideology on the left that holds them responsible for all the world's failing.
Turning point.
Turning point is very much to credit for that.
This is a group that operates under the auspices of Charlie
It is
Kirk.
big and it is very organized.
They've unleashed parents to object to material in the school library.
If you don't want to hear it in a school board meeting, why should children be able to check it out of the school system?
They started teaching kids, you know what, we're going to teach kids how to run for school board office.
Conservatives are seizing control of the American classroom.
38% of Americans say they're conservative now on social issues. This is the highest percentage ever.
Nobody works harder, nobody pushes harder than Turning Point, and nobody produces results like Turning Point USA.
Everybody, it feels good to win back our country. I'll tell you, this has been a difficult and challenging year in so many different ways. And we have to think back to where we were, as the video said, in January of 2021. January 7th of 2021. They said the MAGA movement was dead. They said that Donald Trump will never have a political future. Joe Biden was coming in and putting people in prison for going into the Capitol Rotunda and praying. Joe Biden was mandating the vaccine, keeping the border completely and totally wide open. We were seeing our country disappear and vanish from us. But here's where you come in. For every single one of you in this audience that never wavered, that always had the president's back, that continued to support him, you guys are the beginning portion of the greatest political comeback in American history. Look at what we are up against, because it defies any sort of human reason. From the lawfare, they try to put Donald Trump in prison for 700 years. Every major tech company banned Donald Trump from their platform. Donald Trump was banned from Facebook. He was banned from Google. He was banned from Pinterest because he's like a big Pinterest guy. He was banned from Spotify. He couldn't even listen to Phantom of the Opera. They did everything they could to make him disappear, but there was a problem. Is that you could put Donald Trump in exile at Mar-a-Lago, but you can't make 75, 80 million people disappear. Is that they can make him as if, okay, we're going to try to solve this problem, but what are you going to do with the people of this country? And that's where all of you that continue to do the work, you entered. We entered front stage, and it was difficult. We were told that this was never going to happen, that the Democrat Party was immovable. For all of you on campuses that continue to fight for conservative causes, that were graded differently, kicked out of class, that were smeared, that were slandered, it was as if there was no immediate hope. But you guys had faith. And faith not just that we could take back our country, and if we are honest with ourselves, we cannot take credit for what happened on November 5th. The person, or more importantly, who deserves credit is God Almighty for saving this country and giving us 4 years of Donald Trump. We didn't earn it. We worked out of obedience, but we were inches away from a civil war. And Donald Trump just so happened to turn his head at a specific time to look at a PowerPoint. I mean, I've been to a lot of MAGA rallies. How many MAGA rallies does he do a PowerPoint presentation? And he just happened to turn his head at that specific moment, and that bullet whizzed by and grazed his ear. And by the grace of God that we did not earn and we did not deserve, his life was spared on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. He had every reason to play it safe after that. He had every reason to just kind of take it easy. He had every reason not to continue to campaign, to say that I'm just going to kind of hope for the best. He did more events. He said, I'm going to go do outdoor events. Forget it. We're not going to let the bad guys win. And you could tell who a person is in a moment of crisis. You see, our leaders talk a big game, but anytime they actually feel the pressure, they fold. And we saw who Donald Trump actually is in that moment. when he fell to the floor and he rose, he spoke to all of us at a fundamental level, at a level that we can't even put into words. When he ascended and he said, fight, 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 it was an anthem, it was a clarion call for all of us. That regardless of what you are up against, this is a guy who did not need to be doing this. You know that Donald Trump could have cut a deal. Donald Trump could have cut a deal. The final warning shot was when they raided Mar-a-Lago in August of 2022. That was the warning shot. Like, hey, you better not do this thing, run for the presidency. Cut a deal, golf for the rest of your life, or else we're going to put you in federal prison. And Donald Trump had a choice. Do I do the easy thing or the right thing? And if there is one thing that you teach your child, it's you must do the right thing, even if it is the challenging thing. He knew what he was signing up for. To be indicted by Fani Willis, by Alvin Bragg, the show trial in New York, 700 years in federal prison. He could have just cut a deal. Guys, I'm not running for the presidency. Keep me out of jail. And every single gutless wonder politician of the last 40 years would have cut that deal. They tried to take his business empire from him. They did everything they could to cut him off. But there's something that drives this man that is different. And it's why all of you are here. It is a love of the beautiful things. It's a love of our home. A place that we inherited that we were sick and tired of seeing abused. To see our border wide open, to see our kids trans in classrooms, to see our beloved homeland become a dumping ground for the third world. To see our taxpayer dollars being sent to Ukraine while our southern border remains wide open. Donald Trump loved his nation so much so that he put all of his business empire on the line so that he would go and take a bullet for you to save America for your kids and grandkids. And more than that, I want you to understand the cultural reversal that we all lived through, because it was repeated. Now, I'm going to ask somebody, can somebody throw me your MAGA hat here for a sec? Who wants to get? There we go. Okay, 90 volunteers. Thank you, guys. Look at this. Who remembers back in 2016? If you wore this hat on the streets of New York, it was open hunting season. If you wore this in 2021, they would come after you. And yet I saw something fundamental. It's fundamentally different and something change. And it goes to show that the good guys can win if we push hard enough. It goes to show that we can turn the symbols where they are trying to ostracize us into symbols of victory. When I went to college campuses this last cycle, we ordered a couple hundred MAGA hats. All of a sudden, all the kids wanted them. We started passing them out. I said, okay, we'll do a couple thousand. I go to the University of Georgia. I'm handing out 5,000 of these things. This MAGA hat that all of you guys own went from a symbol of those people are terrible Nazis to the coolest, most desirable thing that one can wear in American politics. And that didn't happen overnight. Whose MAGA hat is this? There you go. That happened because we refused to accept the names they would call us. And we kept on wearing the hat. We refused, like, oh, okay, you're going to call me a racist. I don't care. What else do you have? I'm going to keep wearing the hat. It became a symbol of strength. It became a symbol of resolve. It became a symbol of grit. It became a symbol of American masculinity coming back into our culture. It became a symbol that American greatness is what we demand, that we deserve, that we are not going to apologize for being the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world, that we are going to have a mass deportation effort, and that we're going to take back our nation. That hat then represented something even more. President Trump, the greatest deal maker that politics has ever seen, he brokered quite a deal over the summer. He said, okay, Democrats, you guys get Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. We get Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard. Let's make a deal. And that hat all of a sudden represented not just common sense, but it represented people of all sorts of different political stripes and backgrounds that were coming together with their sphere of focus and influence. Maybe you are a parents' right advocate. Maybe you are here as a Second Amendment enthusiast. Maybe you are a school board member. Maybe you are a pastor. Maybe you are a Make America Healthy Again advocate. Whatever focus group that you have, as long as we can agree on the big stuff. The country's collapsing. Things are amiss. We need to combine forces and defeat the... And what we witnessed on November the 5th, being this great comeback story, was also the result of the hard work that all of you guys did in the grassroots. For those of you that chased ballots, for those of you that registered voters, for those of you that gave powerful sermons on the Sundays before the election, for those of you that showed up at Republican meetings at 7 a.m. to make sure that everyone had the yard signs that they need. This is your victory. You see, it is easy just to say that it's just one candidate versus another. What it really is one army of activists versus another army of activists. And guess what? We were outspent, but we outworked them this election cycle. Because we wanted it more. Kamala Harris had $1 billion, and hey, by the way, where did that $1 billion go? She sent it to China? She sent it to Zelensky? He's got enough money. $1 billion to do what? And yet we were outspent, we know it. We knew that we were up against the most powerful, well-funded machine in American political history. And it was a machine versus a movement. And the movement were people, many of us in this room, that were was not an oligarch, not a billionaire, but you could knock on 1,000 doors. You could chase 100 ballots. In this state of Arizona, which I, as you know, care deeply and passionately about, we made a promise. We said we are going to invest the greatest ground force Arizona has ever seen. We hired well over 1,000 full-time people here on the ground in Arizona at Turning Point Action. And I can say now, Arizona was the best performing swing state of the 2024 election. We chased over 200,000 low propensity ballots here in the state of Arizona. And in fact, when I was, Mr. President, can we have you at this event? Can we, try to get you? And he said, Charlie, I will only come under one circumstance. It is called a tribute to Arizona, to honor the great people of Arizona that gave me my greatest victory ever in Arizona and brought State 48 back to greatness. And that happened because of the hard work and the grit, the resolve of all of you in this room. And it goes to show that things can change. It goes to show that we can improve this country, that we don't have to accept the premise. But then it brings us to today's time, because we must simultaneously look at the past, what we've been through, the present, which is celebration and giving glory to God for what was given, but also the future. Because if we let our guard down and act as if that everything is fine, the transformation of the Republican Party is not yet complete. You see, for those of you that follow me on social media, you know that I've been very outspoken the last week saying the following. Very simple. It's not radical. It's not revolutionary. I think it's reasonable, which is this. If you are a Republican from a deep red state and you voted for Joe Biden's nominees and you're giving Donald Trump a hard time about his nominees, we will primary you and remove you from office immediately. And for all of those red state senators out there, let this be a warning to you that the 20,000 people here at AmericaFest and the 1 million people here that are watching online and the millions of people that will see these clips, we are not going to take a Republican Party that gets in the way of the will of the people. We want a Republican Party that fights to win. And for every U.S. senator out there You must confirm Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, Bobby Kennedy, Pam Bondi, and Trump's entire cabinet, or you will face a primary challenger immediately. Because we want a Republican Party that is as conservative as its voters. We want a Republican Party that is responsive to all of you. We want a Republican Party that actually listens to what you want, not a Republican Party that goes to D.C. and becomes something completely and totally different. And look at the power that you have. In just the last 24 hours, we did something that we never would have been able to do before. They were trying to do this ridiculous, sick, and twisted and concocted 1,500-page Democrat boondoggle giveaway continuing resolution. Under old circumstances, that thing just would have passed. But there's new voices. And we took to social media. Elon Musk took to social media. Many of you took to social media. And the president took the lead and said, no, we're not going to give Congress a 74% pay raise while Americans are being crushed by inflation. We're not going to send more money to Ukraine. We're not going to have this boondoggle of biolabs being spent overseas. We're not going to have immunity for January 6th committee. And what you did, and I want to show the power that you have, is that you, everybody in this room and everyone watching online, you defeated the Washington insiders in hours, everybody. And that CR is dead. It is dead. And you did that. And it is going to be a relentless fight. Now, the new CR that they have went from 1,500 pages to now it's like 4 or 5 pages. And President Trump is going to get what he's asked for, which is a clean slate, a debt ceiling increase, so that we can actually get the biggest, baddest, and best border bill in the history of our country as the first piece of legislation for President Donald Trump. The top priority. But it is only going to improve if we stay engaged in the grassroots. If we continue to knock on doors, take over local precinct committees, to start Turning Point USA high school and college chapters. And I just got to brag on our high school chapters. I said this briefly in the video, everybody, but young men are the most conservative they have been in over 50 years. 50 years. Think about that. Now, a reporter asked me, they said, Charlie, can you try to explain this phenomenon? I said, yeah, it's very simple. Young men want to be part of a political movement that doesn't hate them. In fact, let me go a step further, that thinks they're essential to a future of a country. That we need strong men and strong women. That we're sick and tired of hearing about toxic masculinity when we are drowning in toxic femininity. When we become a feelings-based culture, you can't say that, you can't do that, you're going to offend somebody. And who is the most overtly masculine political figure of the last 100 years? No, it's not Tim Walz. Stop it, okay? That's not true. No. Of course, it's the man who would never apologize for America, that stands proudly for our tradition and our history, that doesn't care about what sensibilities he offends, that calls Justin Trudeau governor, the guy that just said... And in many ways, this was an election that was more about culture than it was about politics. That it was about who are we as a people? What are we doing to the next generation to say that you have to be taught diversity, equity, inclusion, and critical race theory, that you have to be under this transgenderism nonsense? As a side note, by the way, as one of the first things that I hope this new administration does, we need to end the medical mutilation of our children called gender-affirming care in this country immediately. And also say, no men in women's sports ever. But understand, that was a controversial thing to say 3 or 4 years ago. It took a little bit of a I don't care energy, a little bit of a masculine chip on the shoulder to say, no, actually, you're not going to have some dude in my locker room change with my daughter. And I'm not going to allow that to happen. You see, they wanted us to be quiet and afraid and silent and subservient. They wanted us to cower into our corner. But the conservative movement has changed fundamentally. I hope you guys understand this. And we can't lose it. We must lean into it. We call the shots, not the media, not the oligarchs, not Washington, D.C. And our asks are so simple. The media likes to say, oh, there's radical, they're revolutionaries. Here's our ask. We want a border. We want our kids to learn reading, writing, arithmetic, and not graphic pornography at the age of 11. We want our founding documents to matter much more than federal registry and bureaucracies. We believe the Constitution is the law of the land. We believe in 3 branches, not 4. We also believe, I know this is so radical for them to understand, that when you appropriate money, American citizens are first, not Ukrainians. Wow, like what a concept. And you add all of that together, they are the radicals, and they have been the radicals for quite some time. And the final point I'll make is this, is the remarkable power and potency of the truth tellers in this room. You see, we have grown up in a time where we say, the media is the worst, the media is this, and in fact, President Trump said that at his first ever MAGA rally. Do you know where his first ever MAGA rally was? In this building. This building was the first ever MAGA rally. Did you know that? And the only feedback I have for President Trump is he says the media is this, the media is that. Guys, we are the media now, not them. Their power is fading and waning. No one reads their stuff. Their subscriptions are going down. Like CNN has less views than Hallmark movie reruns, which again, it's Christmas. So a lot of people watch Hallmark during Christmas. Anyway, that's a separate issue. Or is it Lifetime? I don't know. I get them both confused. Whatever. And they are increasingly irrelevant. And what is relevant is the democratization and the decentralization. And I said it when it happened. When Elon Musk bought Twitter, I believe it was the most important singular purchase since the Louisiana Purchase for this country. I truly believe that. And look at the cause set in motion that happened since Elon Musk bought Twitter. It gave us the ability to speak our mind. Think about all the things that would have just happened without our ability to challenge it. We were able to call out the BS on the southern border. We were able to talk about the transing of our kids. We were able to talk about what they're actually teaching in our schools. We were able to actually talk about, like, hey, Kamala Harris can't speak in sentences. Let's watch this clip. It's simple, basic things. And we joke around. I do not think that we would have been able to expose the American people to how Joe Biden was brain damaged if it wasn't for Twitter or X, because the media wasn't doing their job. By the way, the media should all immediately lose their government-issued licenses day one for the malpractice they did for covering for Joe Biden's senility. We are in the driver's seat, and that comes with a lot of obligation. We are the cultural force. We are ascendant. The bad guys are scattered, confused, and afraid, and they will be back. And the posture should not be one that, oh, we won and that we're the greatest and that we're indestructible. No, it's the opposite. It should be one of humility, that we are actually in charge. And we didn't earn it, but we have an obligation to deliver. That we have an opportunity that we may never happen again. It is a once in many lifetimes opportunity to fill the government with change makers. I believe the 4 years of exile is the ultimate Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. When we got displaced from power in 2020, how many of you guys said, boy, 2020, this is the worst thing that happened. We lost our country. We were trying to see what was the takeaway here. It felt as if it was so unjust, which it was, and it was so much lying and so much manipulation. But God knew what he was doing. What he was doing is he was putting our movement in a temporary state of exile where we could become stronger, we could become better, where we could separate the frauds from the real people. We could see who people really were, where we could expand our ranks. We had to desire it more when our back was against the wall. If we would have won in 2020, the second term, I don't know if it would have been that great. It would have just kind of been a little bit of COVID. Okay, that's fine. And the second term is almost never as good as the first. And now we almost get 2 first terms. And the second one, we have a team that is ready to change the world and bring America back to greatness. I will close with this. Soak in this conference, everybody. This is the first major Turning Point conference where we can just celebrate what has been done. But also, we got to keep our eyes on these students. They're going to go nuts these next couple days. I tell you. But also, go start a Turning Point USA college chapter. Go start a Turning Point USA high school chapter. Go start a Turning Point USA 5C school. Go find out how your church can get involved. Sign up and become an activist. AmericaFest is the starting point for us to take America to greater heights in 2025. Remember how lost we felt a year ago. Remember how directionalist we felt. And instead of saying, we've won everything, I could take it easy, instead is that God gave us a reprieve so that we can reload, that we can lean in, and that we can make the conservative movement stronger than ever before. And that's the resources you're going to see in the exhibit hall. There will be people here that could change your life, future jobs, future friends, maybe future spouses, you never know. You hear that a lot. But have that posture of activism and action. We have a slate of speakers that is the greatest in the entire country. I mean, it's just unbelievable what we have here. It's going to be 4 days of energy and enthusiasm, and you guys help make it possible. This is the greatest country ever to exist in the history of the world, and I can say, wow, there was a debate. Is God done with this country? And now I can say confidently, no. God is not done with America, and our best days are ahead. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, so up next should be, based on the information I was given, next up should be Ben Shapiro. That was Charlie Kirk. Up next should be Ben Shapiro. And as soon as Ben comes on, we will definitely cut to it. Right now they're running a commercial for Turning Point, which is a great organization. So they're doing so much, and his rallies and his events are just awesome. They're always top notch. So I definitely want to salute Charlie Kirk for what he's been doing. All right, so Help Western North Carolina, excellent, Charlie, absolutely. Ben Shapiro is next. Let's see here. Can you even imagine how our lives will change on January 20th? Yes, I can. Yes, I can imagine. Okay, let me just tell you who's coming up so you guys can make your plans. Hold on one second. Okay, so we've got Ben Shapiro will be up next, followed by Ben Carlson, then Matt Walsh, then Steve Bannon, then Donald Trump Jr., then Tucker Carlson. So, we're going to be here for a while. Quite a while. Hope you guys can stay. If you can't, come. You can watch the replay. But Ben Shapiro is up next. If you need to go grab a drink or something, or grab something to eat, go ahead and do it. Looks like they're already running a little bit behind schedule, and they have it, in terms of their schedule, how they have things booked. They usually, looks like they're taking about, let's see here, Charlie Kirk went on, he's a little bit over, have to add 2 hours. Looks like they're about 20 minutes off of their schedule, but hopefully they're not going to try to make it up between the speakers, otherwise we'll be here all night, which I don't care. If you guys want to hang out and listen to these people on a Thursday night, we could all be just watching TV or something, but we're going to hear some good speakers. I wasn't sure what to expect. This is great. Yeah, these guys are good speakers. I saw a couple people here that don't like the idea of Shapiro. That's fine. You can skip him and come back when Ben Carlson is. We're all going to be here. What's with the bird flu, Barry? I don't know what's going on with the so-called bird flu, but what I can tell you, I ain't worried about it down here in the free state of Florida. See, that's something where that's a other area. I know Gavin Newsom went ahead and basically issued a state of emergency for the state of California. Man, I hate that for our mega brothers and sisters who live in California and have to be continually under the auspices of that nut out there. But down here, I ain't worried about it. Not worried about it at all. DeSantis has already said we're not going there. We're just not playing that game anymore. Not down here. Jude says Shapiro is my bro. Waiting for him to walk out. They're doing some looks like some more intro stuff and some music. And again, I can't apologize for the music. That's just the rules. People ask, hey, why is this station doing it or this channel doing it and this channel not doing it? That's up to them. That's all I can say. That's up to them. Right side, maybe they pay for the rights, which is extremely expensive. I mean, especially when you need a blanket license. All right, Ben Shapiro is now taking the stage. Here he comes. Let me see if they're playing music. Can we take him on the intro? And
thank you, guys. Thank you. Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, how are you? Thank you so much. Wow. Hey, thank you. Wow. I have to say, that's a hell of an entrance. I mean, first off, I have a feeling I'm never going to get a WWE entrance. That's as good as it's going to get. Well, guys, before I dive in, got a little surprise announcement. You're hearing it here first. We are really proud to be teaming with Charlie and Turning Point on a new documentary. It's called Identity Crisis. It's inspired by our groundbreaking documentary at Daily Wire from our very own Matt Walsh, who will be here a little bit later, called What is a Woman? This new film digs even deeper. The documentary is going to premiere exclusively on X Friday, January 10th, 2025. I want to reach as many human beings as possible because people need to hear the message. It will stream on X for a couple of days, then it'll be over at Daily Wire Plus starting on January 13th. Here is the first exclusive look at the trailer for Identity Crisis.
Now they played this early, and I let it play through, but this is it's a little risque, and on Rumble, it's fine. On X, it's fine. On YouTube, yeah, problem. Because once you start talking about the Transformers, they get all up their panties in a bunch. In fact, it's funny, I'm keeping a sheet here, and on my little sheet here, I'm making notes as to when I might have to go in after this thing is over and clip it out. Yeah, that's the kind of work you have to do to make sure you don't run afoul of the censors here. And I know it's hard to understand, but they don't like you talking about certain things. Until Trump gets in and they decide they're going to kiss the ring, that's just how it is. I've run into the issue a number of times. I've talked to the people at Google and YouTube, and they just don't want people hearing this. It's sad. And I saw some of the comments earlier. Well, just man up. Well, fortunately, this is a business. I have a wife. I have a daughter. I have obligations, and I am not going to, basically look to jeopardize that stuff for a movie trailer about, Transformers. I'll show it on X, and I'll show certain things there, but I can't possibly do it and risk things here on YouTube. Here's Ben. And
because the golden age of America is just beginning. Man, I gotta tell you, for the past few years I've been in a bad mood, and if you've watched my show, I'm usually in a bad mood. But I'm in a pretty good mood right now. Now, this is all happening because President Trump is a force. He is a historic force. He is the historic force of our age. He was the man standing between the United States and stagnation and surrender. And President Trump stood. And he was indicted. And he stood. And he was shot. And he stood. And America stood with him. We stood with him. You see, in America, I really believe that America right now is divided between what I like to call the lions and the scavengers. Lions are people who want to build things, people who are productive, people like the people in this room, people who believe they have the power to choose and to act in the world, and that they have duties in this world, duties given to them by God, duty to family, to community, to country, and to themselves to be the best that they can be. Lions believe that merit ought to triumph. And then there are the scavengers, and they've been in charge for a while. The scavengers believe that if you fail, it's probably somebody else's fault. They believe that all the systems that allow for success, for merit to thrive, that those systems are broken and must be wholly destroyed. Well, they were on the rise. For nearly 4 years, they were on the rise. And now the scavengers are on the run. They are in retreat. And that is thanks to you. That is thanks to President Trump. And that's also thanks to Charlie Kirk and Turning Point, which have done such extraordinary work. I actually met Charlie Kirk when he was 18 years old. He's younger than many of the people who are currently in this room. And Charlie was going around a conference in Florida, in Palm Beach, Florida, looking for donors for Turning Point. I remember turning to my business partner, Jeremy Boring, and saying, that guy is going to be the head of the RNC one day. And instead, Charlie built his own RNC. It's astonishing. So I want to talk today a little bit about why I am so hopeful. The reason that I'm hopeful is because Donald Trump and the American people are about to make our economy dynamic again. Donald Trump and the American people are about to make America's position in the world unquestioned again. And Donald Trump is about to make the American dream possible again with the American people. So let's talk about the economy for a second. There's a whole school of thought out there that just wants to punish success, that believes that innovation is a sin, that believes that people like Elon Musk, by building rockets, is doing something deeply wrong, that Elon Musk, by building Tesla, is doing something deeply wrong. He has committed the great sin, which is to earn. His great sin is that he created great companies. That is a huge sin in their view. But here's the thing. Businesses hate that sort of thing. So you end up with stagnation. You end up with inflation. You end up with lack of creativity. All of that is about to end. President Trump is a businessman, which means there's only one thing in life, we all know this, that President Trump cares about. There's only one thing, winning. That is all he cares about. And a lot of people think he cares about that's wrong. He cares about one thing, winning. And he cares about winning for the American people. That means unleashing the power of free markets. Free markets have been maligned in this country. They've been treated as something wrong, as sort of a man-made system that's jiggered in order to harm certain people at the expense of others, and that is false. Free markets are merit. Free markets are justice. Free markets are innovation, and they are dynamism. Free markets are what's going to make all these young people rich one day. That's what free markets are going to do. The scavengers believe that it's the government's job to establish cosmic justice. That because all human beings are created equal before God, but we're not all equal in our qualities, right? I'm not going to be playing LeBron James in basketball anytime soon. And by the same token, I've read more books than LeBron James, which is to say more than one book. That because of that, the scavengers believe that cosmic justice must be established from above. The outcome should be the same for everyone. That is truly unjust. It is tyranny, it is evil, it requires discrimination, and it requires cruelty. Free markets say the opposite. They say that you get to invest in yourself, that you get to take those risks, that you rise or fall on your own merit. They also say that you have to do something for someone else before you get anything else in return. I've said before that free markets are a form of forced altruism, and that's right. Nothing is owed to you. You're not just given things in a free market. You produce. You make things. Life gets better. And one of the magical things about free markets are the opposite of socialism and stagnation that the left likes to talk about. Socialists like Bernie Sanders and AOC, career useless people, absolutely useless leeches on the ass of society. These people, they can turn gold into sand. They can turn prosperity into failure. Free markets turn sand almost literally into gold. Imagine the fact that everything on planet Earth, everything in your cell phone, everything in your computer, everything in Elon Musk's rockets has been present on planet Earth since the cavemen. Every single element has been present on planet Earth since the cavemen. What changed? Innovation changed. Dynamism changed because of innovation, because you got to keep what you made, because you got to sell it, because you got to exchange it. These are the principles of freedom and liberty. Because you own your labor and you own the product of your mind, you are able to actually create. You can take the same sand that's been on planet Earth for all of human existence, and you can turn that into the superconductors that power the military equipment, that powers the American military, the greatest military on the face of the earth. You can do that because of free markets. And Donald Trump is going to make free markets great again. Donald Trump likes capitalism. Donald Trump is not afraid of business success. Donald Trump is a businessman. You can see businessmen everywhere are excited about this. I talk with a lot of tech founders, the people who actually found the big companies in tech. And what they say is this is a new founding. It's a business founding. You're going to see an explosion of business in this country like nothing I've seen in my lifetime. And then there is foreign policy. President Trump is going to make America strong in the world again. I had President Trump on a couple of weeks before the election on my show, and we were talking about foreign policy. And he said that his foreign policy is pretty obviously peace through strength, pretty clearly. And I'll tell you what he meant by that in a moment. But he summed it up pretty well in a story. So I threw a fundraiser for President Trump down at Trump Doral in Florida fairly early on in the election cycle. And he and I had a chance to chat. And he was talking about Joe Biden. Now, I don't mean to spoiler alert here. President Trump does not like Joe Biden. Just going to put that out there. He thinks he's not just a bad president, that he's not a particularly wonderful, although I will say I think that Joe Biden probably voted for Donald Trump. And by the way, I know that Jill Biden voted for Donald Trump. There is no question. You see them hanging out, there is no question she voted for Donald Trump. Okay, but what President Trump said, we were talking about foreign policy, and the war in Ukraine came up. He said, Ben, you want to know why Vladimir never invaded Ukraine when I was president? You want to know? And I said, yes, Mr. President. And he said, well, because I talked to Vladimir. I said, Vlad, if you go into Ukraine, I'm going to bomb the shit out of you. And President Trump continued the story. He said, and Vladimir said back to me, no, you aren't, Mr. President. And I said, well, I might. And then President Trump said, quite correctly, if there is a 5% chance that that is going to happen, you don't do the thing. This is the thing that President Trump knows, because he is a man who is credible on foreign policy. He's not like our current dead president. Usually, maybe he'll end up on a dollar bill or something, because usually you have to be actually dead to get on a dollar bill. Joe Biden has been dead for a while, so he might make it onto a dollar at some point. In any case, our currently dead president says things like don't, and then the rest of the world just does. Right? Meanwhile, President Trump says that, and the rest of the world goes, ooh, I don't know. This could get ugly. When we talk about President Trump's foreign policy, it is not isolationism. He believes in an America-first foreign policy. And here's what I think that he means, pretty clearly from his foreign policy in his first term. He means three things. One, America's interests are first. Now, this should be obvious. America's interests are paramount, obviously. This should be a truism. American citizens come first, right? We're Americans. We come first. This is America. Welcome to America, right? America first does not mean that America has no interests in the rest of the world. I can name off the interests America has in the rest of the world. We have an interest, for example, in seeing that Mexico doesn't ship a bunch of fentanyl up through our border. We have an interest in making sure that China doesn't take control of the trade routes through the Taiwan Strait, through which 92% of world shipping goes. We have an interest in ensuring that China doesn't ship the precursors for fentanyl over to Mexico. We have an interest in ensuring that Iran doesn't threaten American allies. We have an interest in all of those things. Now, that brings us to point two. America's interests have to be carefully calibrated to our investments in them. Okay, that doesn't mean that every solution is the same. So, there are lots of bad things happening all over the world at all times. If America only has a minor interest in a thing happening on another side of the world, we ought not get involved in that thing. Conversely, if we do have an interest in the other side of the world, or close to home, then not only ought we to get involved, we ought to do it in the most efficient possible manner. Which brings us to point number three. When America's interests are on the table, all measures and means necessary to achieve those interests are on the table. That is why President Trump has been hyper-consistent in his application of foreign policy. Contrary to popular left-wing opinion that he's sort of throwing darts at a board or something, that is not true at all. President Trump wants America's allies to be strong enough to stand on their own. President Trump wants to make sure that America's enemies are in retreat. Why? Because anything else wouldn't be America winning, and President Trump wants America to win. And then there's the American dream. Now, the American dream has sort of been perverted in the United States over the course of the last few decades. But I think it's a pretty obvious dream. It's a dream to get married, to have kids, to be able to live in a community that worships the God that you love, to be able to build a business that you want to build and make that business successful and hire other people, to give charity, to stand up for your country. But these are all the things that are elements of the American dream. They were always the American dream. And yet we were told that the American dream is weird. We were told that all of this was weird. I've never seen a bigger political misstep than the entire Democrat media human centipede declaring that J.D. Vance was weird. Okay, the vice president-elect is the least weird person I have ever personally met. That is the most bizarre statement. They trotted out the human inflatable Tim Walz to flail his arms like he's in a car lot off the side of a freeway and pretend that it was masculinity when apparently he has no bones in his wrists. And somehow he wasn't weird. They trotted out Doug Emhoff, who, you know, may or may not have assaulted some ex-girlfriends, a question that the media were totally uninterested in investigating, of course. They trotted out Doug Emhoff. I have personal irritation with Doug Emhoff. Of everybody in the Biden orbit, I hate Doug Emhoff the most. Right? Just as a Jew, he drops me up a wall. He drives me up a wall. Doug Emhoff represents Judaism like Osama bin Laden represents Christianity. Okay? In any case, they tried out these guys, and they're like, this is the new masculinity. And J.D. Vance, that weirdo with his picture-perfect family and his beautiful wife and his nice kids, living in a nice house, having grown up in really, really horrifying circumstances. You should read his great book, Hillbilly Elegy. And then having built companies, gone to Yale Law School, served in the military. Like, he is the apotheosis of what the American dream looks like, the vice president-elect. And some of them are like, that guy's weird. Here's the thing. We are now in the middle of a normie revolution. Okay, because it turns out a lot of us are normies. A lot of us just want a quiet, good life where we build things and we get to engage in the greatest economy in the history of the world, and we get to live secure in our own place of residence. We don't have to worry about walking out on the street and being physically assaulted by someone. Okay, these are all very, very normal desires and very normal dreams, and that's the American dream. And the left had lost it in so many ways. The left had lost it in so many ways. Now, I remember I was in Los Angeles. I grew up in L.A. I was in Los Angeles fairly recently. I left L.A. because L.A. has turned into a complete dung heap. It's just horrifying. And I went back. We went out with some friends. I go down the street with my wife, and we have our 24/7 security, which we need, unfortunately. And on the other side of the street, our friends go. They go about 3 cars down. A car pulls up right in front of them. 3 guys jump out of the car and immediately rob my friend and his wife. Okay, this happened like in a very nice area of Los Angeles. This is not normal. So the left kept saying about Donald Trump, he's not normal. Here's the thing. The America he stands for is normal. The America he stands for is good. The America he stands for is great because it is good. So that's why I'm in a good mood, because we're actually winning. But here's the thing. Winning requires constant work. You know, one of the questions that my business partner and I constantly ask ourselves when it comes to the success of Daily Wire, and thank God it's been unbelievably successful, one of the questions that Jeremy Boring and Caleb Robinson and I, we all ask ourselves is, are we good at this, or is everyone else just not very good at this? And the same question should be asked in politics on a constant basis. Are we really good at this, or are the other guys just really crappy at this? Now, let's be real. The other guys are super crappy at this. Okay, they literally ran a corpse. And then when it turned out that everybody found out he was a corpse because he died on stage with President Trump, they then decided to swap him out for a potato of a human. A person who is physically incapable of uttering coherent sentences. And so I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, how do we retain the momentum? And the answer is, we do the right things. We do all the things that President Trump has already promised he's going to do. And here's the thing, I think that he's going to do all those things, because President Trump keeps his promises. Now, I've talked about this before. My evolution, I have evolved on President Trump, as many people in this room know. In 2016, I didn't vote for either candidate because I didn't know if President Trump was going to be conservative. And I said at the time, I doubted that he would. And then, right away, he nominated Justice Gorsuch. And I put on a MAGA hat like 1 month into his presidency. And then in 2020, obviously, I backed him and I supported him and I voted for him. And in 2024, I backed him, I gave money to his campaign, I fundraised for him, I campaigned in 6 states, I went with him personally to an October 7th tribute, right? I do all, and that's not because I'm doing anything great. It's because he is doing something great. And if we back him, and if he does the right things, which I think he will, I believe he will, I actually know he will, if he does those things, then he is totally correct. America will be great again. The great American comeback is on. A new golden age is just beginning. Alrighty, so, okay, so now we have like 16 minutes of fun. Let's do some Q&A, because it's more fun. There's some microphones wandering the room. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay. Hi, Ben. I appreciate all the work you've done with the Daily Wire and everything. You're a great guy, Ben. Look at this guy, great person. So, my question for you is, when you talk about Trump's and his economy policy, I think the biggest thing that I hear all my friends and everyone talking about is tariffs. So if what Trump says on tariffs really is so true, you know, wants 60% on China and just 20% base, the biggest I can think of from what I've researched is from 1828 when they passed 50% tariff policy. So do you think Trump's right in his tariff policy? And if so, why hasn't any president proposed something similar?
Okay, so he's asking about Donald Trump's tariff policy. Here's what I think. I'm going to go back to my original statement about Donald Trump and the economy. Donald Trump cares about one thing, and that is winning. Okay, what that means is that if tariffs are in fact inflationary, if they are in fact a problem, then he is not going to do them. But the tariffs are really designed not because tariffs are like fun and games. Tariffs are designed for President Trump as leverage. There is no one in the history of American politics who has used leverage better than President Trump. Right? He uses tariffs as a way of threatening countries to do what he wants. So I'll give you a story. I won't give you the source on this story because I don't want to betray confidence, but it's a great story, so I'm going to tell it anyway. Okay, so this is a story I'd never heard anywhere before. Here's the story. President Trump is meeting with Justin Trudeau, who may or may not be Fidel Castro's son. In any case, by the way, he's totally Fidel Castro's son. Anyway, he's meeting with Justin Trudeau, apparently, during the first administration, and he is asking for a bunch of things, right, for Canada to do. And Trudeau doesn't want to give all of them. So Trump says to his people, bring Justin here, bring Justin to me. So apparently they sit across from one another. And Trudeau is talking with the president, and President Trump says, Justin, I want you to tell me, if there were one thing I could do tomorrow to completely wreck the Canadian economy, what would it be? And Trudeau goes, well, I mean, Mr. President, there are a lot of things. You're a very powerful country, but, you know, if you tariffed our cars, it would be really, really bad. And Trump goes, Justin, I want to teach you a lesson. The first thing not to do in a negotiation is answer the question, if you could do one thing to destroy me, what would it be? So, of course, President Trump continues, I don't care about Canada. I only care about America. So, I'm going to tariff all your cars unless you give me what you want. He got what he wanted. Okay, that's how I think President Trump thinks about tariffs.
Hey Ben, super easy, fun question. After your review of Wicked and hearing you were a musical theater enthusiast as well, I gotta know what your favorite musical theater performance is.
Well, I'm sorry, I missed the last part of the question.
What's your favorite, like, musical theater performance?
Oh, what's my favorite musical theater performance? Man, guys, I'm straight. I'm just gonna put that out there right now. I have 4 kids as proof of this fact. Okay, but my favorite musical theater performance, I will say the most brilliant musical ever written is Sweeney Todd. My personal favorite musical is 1776. Every year when I was a kid, I dressed up as John Adams from the musical 1776. For the parents in the room, for Halloween, not just on a daily basis. For all the parents in the room, if you want to show your kids something super patriotic for July 4th, go show them the original musical of 1776. It's terrific.
Hey, Ben. I'm from Western PA, near Butler. What was your first reaction when you heard Trump was shot?
Oh, man. So, I mean, my first reaction is, it was actually on a Shabbat, right? It was on a Saturday for me, so I couldn't actually check the news. My security came to me, and they said the president's been shot. And I said, well, is he alive, right? I mean, you got to lead with the news, right? Lead with, he's alive, but he's been shot. My first reaction was that God clearly wanted Donald Trump to be president. I'm dead serious. Because there's no way to watch that tape. There's just no way. And see what happened, and see how close we came to the president's brains being splattered on a stage on national television. And not think that God physically reached his hand down into the world and took President Trump's head and went, that was legitimately my first thought. I was actually, it scared the hell out of me, but in a certain way, it was sort of comforting because when you see an open miracle, which is what I actually think that was, there's no way that shot should have missed. When I see it, and that's, obviously, it's a tragedy. There are people who are killed, and our condolences go to the families, and we give money to the families. Okay, but when you see something like that, an open miracle like that, the first thing that you have to think is God's hand is present in the world, and for whatever reason, God's hand is on Donald Trump.
So I actually have a much more difficult question, unfortunately. With President Trump coming in, how do you think he'll support Israel's war against Hezbollah and all their enemies, and how do you think that will go?
Okay, so I think that President Trump, when it comes to the war that Israel is currently waging against Hezbollah, waging against Hamas, as I say, President Trump's metric is winning. Okay, and because he wants America's allies to win, and Israel is an American ally, I think that he will stop slow-walking aid to the Israelis so they can finish the war and finish it fast. He's expressed this many times over. This, by the way, would be the proper solution, given that Hamas is an evil terrorist group that is currently holding 4 American citizens hostage, and Hezbollah has killed literally hundreds of American citizens, and Iran has killed thousands of American citizens. Now, I don't think that President Trump wants heavy involvement in the Middle East. In fact, I know he doesn't. But this is the beautiful thing about having strong allies. When you actually allow them to do the things they have to do, they win. And what Israel is doing right now is winning, and that is a good thing. It is a good thing for the world that Israel is winning.
I have a kind of controversial question. Who do you believe the greatest pound-for-pound fighter of all time is?
I'm sorry, the greatest?
Pound per pound fighter of all time.
Oh,
UFC,
wow, the greatest
UFC
pound-for-pound boxer of all time. I mean, strong case for Sugar Ray Leonard. Strong case for, Rocky Marciano obviously has an undefeated record, but he didn't really fight that many great fighters. But, I'm not sure how many people are into boxing arcana, so we'll leave it at that.
Hey, so my name is Sam. One issue that I'm seeing here that I don't think is getting enough attention is the fact that India and Pakistan and various other countries like that are getting billions and billions of dollars from scamming Americans through robocalls and scam calls, and I really don't think it's getting enough attention. And what can we do about that?
Well, I think first of all, when it comes to powers like India, certainly we can use economic leverage to get a crackdown on those sorts of activities, and I would hope that the president does a lot of those things. I think that he will. I also think that when it comes to the intelligence community, there are things the intelligence community can do in gathering information about the criminals who are currently perpetrating this sort of stuff, which is why, for example, Tulsi Gabbard should be approved as DNI.
Hello, Mr. Shapiro. My name is Ian O'Neill. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Kirk and you, because I used to be deep blue in my ideology, and I used to be a self-proclaimed socialist.
Well, thank you.
And my main question to you, Mr. Shapiro, is do you believe that Generation Z will be the next greatest generation of the United States of America?
So, we're going to find out whether Generation Z will be the next greatest generation. I got to hand it to my boys, the millennials. We showed up this election cycle. But yes, I think that there is a backlash, and it's coming strong inside Generation Z. I think right now you're seeing a radical polarization inside Generation Z. It's incredibly polarized. You're either seeing blue-haired woke libs, or you're seeing rock-ribbed, MAGA-hatted Republicans. A lot of that tends to be gender-gapped. But I do think that as the left continues to follow this pathway into nothingness, and as people get older, and as they start to get married and start to pursue actual purpose in the world, they will become more conservative. So I think there's every opportunity to do that, thanks to organizations like Turning Point and the hard work that the people in this room have done. I want to get to that question, but there's a girl over here who really wants to ask a question. So, hey.
How do you feel about them possibly implementing Bible teachings in public schools as a Jew?
Oh, okay. So the question was, how do I feel about people implementing Bible teaching in schools as a Jew? I think it's great. I think they should. So the Bible is the seminal document of Western civilization. You literally cannot be literate without knowing the Bible. The fact that everyone is treating the Bible as just sort of another document or as just a religious text misses the entire point, which is that all of America is built on biblical values, all of it.
Hi, I was just very curious. Given your stance on sending money to like Eastern Europe with Ukraine, why are you such a proponent for sending money to the Middle East?
The truth is that I'm very much in favor of sending money where I think it will be useful. So the big problem with sending money to Ukraine right now is that the Europeans really should be paying their freight, and also that you have to have an off-ramp in Ukraine. I'm actually not a proponent, for example, of completely cutting off Ukraine if it means Vladimir Putin walking through Kyiv. And actually, President Trump has said something very similar. What he wants is for the Europeans to actually pay their freight. He wants the Europeans to up their spending. When it comes to the situation in the Middle East, I've said 1,000 times, and I will continue to say, Israel should get off American aid as soon as humanly possible. They're in the middle of an existential war right now, and so now would be a particularly poor time to do it, given the fact that President Biden has slow-walked the aid. But having talked not only to American legislators, but also to a number of members of the Israeli government, the only thing I say to them is it is good for you and it is much better for America for you to get the hell off of American aid. Stop being on American aid. I really believe that America needs to stop giving as much aid all over the world to a wide variety of places. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you go and then look at this guy.
So my name is Kaiser Williams, and I've been told that my first name is offensive and that I should be called by my middle name. Do you take offense to my first name?
Why would I possibly take offense to your first name? Because it'll be a real irony if it turns out your middle name is Hitler or something. But it's not Hitler. But no, I figured not. Like, why would that's so stupid. There's so many great names to take offense at. Like, for example, Cardi B. Yeah.
She's staying right there.
Okay, so the question was, who's going to be a Democratic nominee in 2028? I don't know, man. That bench is looking real thin. I mean, not the Democratic nominee in 2028, guys. The Democratic nominee in 2028. Well, let's see. Who do they have? They have the mayor of a small town who is gay and likes choo-choos, Pete Buttigieg. Kamala might not go away. She's talking about running again, which, God willing, I will donate to that primary campaign. I would love to see her try. There's been some talk about J.B. Pritzker, who has to be lowered into the Illinois Capitol by crane. There's been some talk about the genderless Ken doll that is Gavin Newsom in California. Again, this is... And, of course, there's the somewhat routinely wasted-appearing bartender AOC. So it's not like an amazing... It's not an amazing bench, is I guess what I'm saying right now. I have no idea, but none of them look particularly good.
Hi, Ben. My name is Grace Hosmonic, and I want to thank you personally for making me a conservative. I was a socialist and an atheist for 10 years, and because of you, the people of Day Wire, I became a Christian and a conservative.
Wow. Oops.
My question for you, Ben, is are you concerned like I am that the pendulum will swing in kind in 2028? The Democrats will come back stronger, harder, and better than they were in 2024.
So yes, I mean the answer is yes, and I think that everyone in the room should be worried about that, which is why we should work hard to make sure it doesn't happen. Right? I tend to be a worrier, and sometimes worry is the first step at actually planning for the countermeasure. Okay, the best countermeasure is going to be success. I don't think it's going to happen because I think President Trump is going to have an incredibly successful presidency. But that does mean a few things. It means, for example, that Congress has to be on the same page as the president. It does mean that Republicans and the president need to work in concert with one another because they have an incredibly slim majority in the House. And as I've said before, when it comes to politics, politics is not just a matter of sort of sheer willpower. You actually have to have some give and some take, and it gets pretty ugly sometimes. There's a lot of sausage that has to be made. Okay, but I do think that this is going to be a really successful presidency, and that will be the best comeback to the possibility of a Democratic resurgence. I think they suck at everything, and I do trust that they will continue to suck at most things.
This will be the last question.
Sorry, she's been waiting.
This will be the last question as well.
Hi, Ben. My name is Rachel. I am from the blue state of Maine. I've been a fan of you for a long time, so this is a dream come true to ask this question and say hello. My question to you is, as you know, New England was one of the few places in the country that stayed blue this election. So how can we make New England great again?
So, number one, New Hampshire came very, very close to turning red. That state came very close to turning red. However, what I will say is that in deep blue states, right? I was from a deep blue state. I was from California, and then I left because it was terrible, and I went to Florida, which is an amazing state. And so, if you are in a purple state, I think that you can turn that state red. If you're in a blue-leaning state like Virginia, I think there's a possibility that from time to time it'll turn red. I think if you're in a deep blue state, you should get your ass out of there and move to a red state. And the reason I say that is because here's some good news. You want a piece of good news? Here's a piece of really good news. Okay, so they screwed up the 2020 census. Okay, they really did. They actually screwed this up. The Biden administration acknowledged they screwed up the 2020 census. If they had done the 2020 census properly, that would have meant that electoral votes would have shifted from New York, Connecticut, Illinois, California to Florida, Texas, and Arizona, which means if they had done the census properly in 2020, Trump would have won without winning any of the blue wall states. That means by 2030, Republicans are in a commanding electoral college position. So, come on down. It's great. Okay, so I just want to finish with this note, guys. The future of the country is not just President Trump. The future of the country is in this room. It's on both sides of me. It's these young people here. It's the people who are in the audience who are building the businesses and creating the educational institutions that are building the social fabric of the country. The future of the country is beginning right now. And 100 years from now, people are going to look back to this inflection point in American history, and they're going to say, wow, President Trump was right, not just about his own candidacy, but about the American people. The American people, we kick ass. The American people are so great, and we are making the country great again. Thanks so much, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So I saw a lot of the comments that were coming in, and people were kind of nasty towards Ben Shapiro. But there were two comments from the audience. And those two comments from the audience that should tell you, despite what you feel about Ben Shapiro and what happened with Candace Owens and everything else, those two people were both Marxist, communist, socialist, whatever you want to call them. And they said he converted them to being conservatives. One woman said she was saved because of listening to what Ben Shapiro had to say. So in my book, I'm just saying, in my book, that's a good dude. If he was able to reach inside some of these kids, he and Charlie Kirk speak to so many young people, the most vulnerable people out there, and they're getting them to say, hey, listen, this isn't the way I should be living. And because they're able to do that, I can't say anything wrong about him. And then, imagine this. Imagine a young Jewish man like Ben getting someone to convert to Christianity. Whew, that's huge. That's huge. He's fast. We are the digital warriors now. Absolutely. You've heard a couple, well, actually, there's only been two speakers so far, Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro, and they both said the same thing. It almost mirrored what I said about the bench of the Democrats. There really is no bench right now. And that, because they don't have anybody that you would consider viable, Kamala again, AOC, that's why they're afraid of Trump succeeding. Once Trump gets in office and he succeeds, it's going to be very hard to vote against your personal success. If the grocery prices are lower, if the gas prices are lower, if there's peace around the world, if interest rates are lower, if the newcomers aren't all over the place, if crime is down, lots of ifs there. But if he's successful, which I think he can be, it's going to be very, 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 very hard to run against that. Especially when you've got some proven weak candidates. Tim Walz, you're done. Pete Buttigieg, you're done. Ain't gonna happen. You think it was tough for Kamala as a black woman to run? Pete Buttigieg, yeah, no chance, none, zippo. I dare you, go for it, no chance. Sorry, I didn't make the rules here in terms of where the world is and how cultural everything is. It ain't gonna happen. Kamala ain't gonna happen. Newsom, kind of hard running from California, seeing everybody can see what you've done in California. Pritzker, same thing. Illinois, nah, I don't think so. AOC, please, please. I hope she runs. I hope AOC is the next person up. So the next person on stage up here should be Ben Carson. I'm looking here. And what's going to happen is after Ben Carson, let me just let you know when he walks to the stage. After Ben Carson, it will be Matt Walsh. So what we're going to do between Ben Carson and Matt Walsh, it's going to be hoodie giveaway time. So next break between these two guys, we're going to go to giving away 3 hoodies. So stand by. If you haven't as yet registered to win, let me get this up really quick. Go to fanfareshop.org and put your name and email in to see if you can enter to win a hoodie. I got some pictures Ashley sent me, which I'm going to put into a collage. And now it looks like Ben is coming to the stage. Let me just make sure. Here, where is he? Yep, here he is.
Oh, it's wonderful to be back here again. Except, I don't know, somebody must not like me because they put me behind Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro. Young, dynamic, interesting people, and I'm old. But I want to tell you something. I am so proud of the American people who saw through all that gaslighting and picked Donald Trump as president. Now, the people showed that they were tired of the lawfare and the crime and the illegal immigration and the class warfare and the child abuse and men playing in women's sports and going in women's locker rooms. Just crazy stuff. You know, I was in Europe and I was talking to a bunch of the Europeans about America. And I said, what do you think about America these days? And the resounding answer I got was, we think you lost your minds. Now, if the Europeans think that, we are really in trouble. But it's time for a correction. And I think that correction is occurring. And, you know, it was saddening for so many of us when Trump lost in 2020. Somebody said he didn't lose. But here's the point. If he had won, he would be coming to the end of his second term right now. Now they got to deal with him for another 4 years. That should teach them. But, you know, sometimes a failure is a setup for success. You know, I remember some years ago, I was asked urgently to come to South Africa to help perform a separation of a set of conjoined twins. They were joined at the back of the head, just like the first set from Germany. And, but the place where it was being done, Medunsa, was not a place that had all the modern equipment and all the kinds of things that you would have in a tertiary medical center. But people were donating very sophisticated equipment from all over the world. And we were able to put together an amazing team in a place like that to carry out what would be a very complex operative procedure. And it involved hypothermic arrest, where we would cool the body temperature, pump all the blood out, stop the hearts. You could do that for up to an hour without loss of function. But when we got to that part of the operation and the cardiothoracic surgeons opened the chest, one of the babies had a heart that was non-functional. And the reason that they had been deteriorating, which is why they needed to get this operation done so quickly, they weren't sure why the babies were deteriorating. It was because the one was doing all the pumping for both of them. So as they were growing, they were going into congestive heart failure. And obviously, we completed the operation. The one with no heart function was dead. But the other one was actually doing okay, and we were pleased with that. Except that the next day, that one started having a lot of seizures and all kinds of metabolic problems. And over the 48-hour period, died. Well, it turned out that that one had no kidney function because the other one had the kidney function. So one had the heart function, one had the kidney function. They were symbiotic. They couldn't live apart. They couldn't live together. And I must admit, on my way back home, I was devastated. I was just devastated. I'm not used to things not going well. And I was saying anybody could fail. I didn't have to come all the way over here from America in order to fail. But 2 years later, there was another case from Zambia, twins that were joined at the top of the head, facing in opposite directions, something we call type 2 vertical craniopicus. There had been 13 attempts to separate twins like that historically, none of which had been successful. So we studied the case extensively, and when I went to do that case, I was so thrilled. Over the operating room, there was a sign that said, "God bless Joseph and Luca Banda." They were having prayer service and song service. I asked them to bring a stereo system into the operating room because I love to listen to music while I'm operating. 19 hours into the surgery, we were only 3/4 of the way finished. The part that remained was so complex. There were blood vessels going in every direction. It looked like a bowl of spaghetti, and you have to try to separate them. Well, we stopped the operation. I said, maybe what we can do is cover it over with skin, leave them joined, come back in a few months, the vessels will have delineated themselves, and then we can complete the separation. And the doctors from Zambia and South Africa said, that's a great idea. And I know it would work at Johns Hopkins. But we can't keep a partially separated set of twins alive. They'll die. Now I really felt the weight of the world on my shoulders. I didn't have all my fancy equipment that I have at Hopkins. I had my scalpel, my surgical loops, and a prayer on my lips. And I went in and said, Lord, it's up to you. And over the next several hours, I was intensely operating. I honestly don't even remember what I did. But later on, the other neurosurgeons said, we couldn't believe what you were doing. But when we made the final cut that separated those twins, over the stereo system came the Hallelujah chorus. And everybody had goosebumps. And when we finished the operation, one of the twins opened his eyes, reached up for the endotracheal tube. By the time we got to the ICU, the other one did the same thing. Within 2 days, they were extubated. Within 3 days, they were eating. Within 2 weeks, they were crawling. And today, they are normal adults doing well. But here's the thing. That second operation would not have been possible without all the equipment and the teams that had been put together for the first operation, where the twins were not viable. And this is the same kind of thing that just happened. If Donald Trump had won in 2020, we would have had a problem. We would have had to continue to deal with the COVID and all kinds of things, and things would not have been accomplished, and he would have been blamed for everything under the sun. That didn't happen. People were able to see side by side the conservative philosophy versus the progressive philosophy, and what kind of lives they lead for people. That was a tremendous blessing, and that was God's way of helping us to see who we were as a nation. This is an amazing nation that we live in. It doesn't matter where your ancestors came from. I don't care if they came from Ireland or France or China or Africa. You're better off in this country than you would be in that place. And this is our country, all of us together. And one of the reasons that Trump won is because he believed in something that our founders believed in. It's called the common good. What's good for everybody, not what's good for this group versus that group. And it took a little while, but aren't you glad that all these corporations and large companies are starting to see that DEI needs to DIE? And so many people marched, protested, bled, and even died so that we could have equality in this country. That's what we want, equality, not equity, not the same outcome, but the same opportunities for all of our people. That's the thing that really made America into a great nation. But we have those who want to fundamentally change us into something else. And they are spending their time trying to divide us. You know, one of the main tactics of socialists is to create class warfare. Have you noticed that? Rich people are evil, they try to tell you. Guess what? If there were no rich people, we wouldn't have this beautiful convention center. We wouldn't have shopping centers, universities, libraries, all kinds of things. It's fine to be rich. Just make sure that you're willing to do good things with your money and share it a little bit. And America has always been at the top of the list in terms of people who are willing to do that. And as long as people have an opportunity to do well, isn't that what it's all about? You know, I remember as a youngster, one of the things that I hated was poverty. You know, some people hate snakes and rats. I hated poverty. It bothered the heck out of me. But, you know, when I started doing a lot of reading, and particularly reading about successful people, and I began to understand that the person who has the most to do with what happens to you in life is you, then the poverty didn't bother me anymore, because I knew it was only temporary and that I could change it, and that I could work as hard as I wanted to or as little as I wanted to, and that I would benefit from it. Isn't that the American dream? Isn't that what it's all about? And yet, look at all the people who want to divide us on the basis of race. What a silly thing to be concerned about. You know, I don't know anybody who has the ability to change their race. They can't change their color, but what you can control is your character and what kind of person that you are. And it seems to me that that's the thing that we should be concerning ourselves about, particularly in this time in which we're living with people doing so many silly things. Some of us need to recognize also that we are not enemies. Take the first letter of each of those things, W-A-N-E, wane. We've let hatred and division wax for a long time. It's time to let it wane now. You know, we just passed Thanksgiving, and a lot of people on the other side of the aisle were saying, if somebody in your family voted for Trump, don't invite them for Thanksgiving. Don't go over their house for Thanksgiving. You know what? That is pure evil, stimulated by the devil. And we have to be the ones who realize that we are friends and neighbors and colleagues. And when we work together, there are very few things that we're incapable of. You know, when you think about what God has given us, which is the gift of our brain, the human brain, the most sophisticated organ system in the universe. And guess what? As a neurosurgeon, I operated on people from every continent, every race. And I can tell you, when I peeled that scalp down and took off that bone flap, I couldn't tell what color they were, because the brains are the same, and the brains are the things that make you who you are. Not your skin color, not your hair, not the shape of your nose. And the other thing that is so vitally important for us to understand is that we are a nation whose foundation is God. That is the reason that we went from a ragtag bunch of militiamen to the pinnacle of the world in record time. It was because of a relationship with God. You know, I think of the story of the bulletproof Washington. Many of you know that story. George Washington was a courier during the French and Indian War for General Braddock. All the couriers were killed. They were shot to death. George Washington had 2 horses shot from beneath him. He had 4 bullet holes in his coat, bullet fragments in his hair, but no wounds. And years later, after the war, Washington was back in the area. He wasn't president yet, but one of the Indian chiefs who had been involved in the war, who was elderly and near death, heard that Washington was going to be there. He asked his braves to bring him to where Washington was. He wanted to see him. And they brought him into Washington's presence. And he said to Washington, "Sir, I am an expert marksman, and I shot you 17 times. And my men shot you, and pretty soon I told them to stop wasting their bullets, and I just wanted to be in the presence of the man who is protected by the Great Spirit above." And that story used to be in all of our history books until it became politically incorrect. And then there's the story of the Battle of Long Island when Washington was down to his last platoon. The American Revolutionary War was about to end. General Howe had them surrounded by land and by sea. They were going to wipe out the last of the resistance. Meteorologic records indicate that on that same night, a mysterious heavy fog fell over the area, remained there throughout the night and into the next day, providing cover for Washington and his men to be able to escape. Some people say it was a coincidence. I say it was God. And we must remember what it means when we say that we are one nation under God. We must never forget that relationship. And it's time to come back to it. We've had a chance to see what happens when we put God in the background. We spiral downward. We become enemies. We confuse our children about their gender. We have drag queens in elementary schools. We have men in women's locker rooms and playing women's sports. We lose all of our common sense. All of it is there for us to remember. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't talk about God in public. And remember, it is okay to live by godly principles of loving your neighbor, of caring for those who can't care for themselves, of developing your God-given talents to the utmost so that you become valuable to the people around you, of having values and principles that govern your life. And I'll tell you, 2 weeks ago I was with President Trump, and I said, what are you taking to give you all this energy? Because I need some of it too. And he said, you may be surprised what he said. He said, it's God. I beat you to
it. Wow. Wow. Stunning. I didn't expect that. Simply an amazing speech. I hope it touched you as much as it touched me and Robin in the other room. Wow, did not expect that. So I know I'm looking at different monitors and seeing different things. Supposed to be Matt Walsh up next, but it might be Steve Bannon. I'm not sure. So here's what we're going to do. Excuse me. We're going to jump in and give away a hoodie, and before they decide to come back on, I can see it in the monitor. So let me just jump over here and do this, and we'll go ahead and run the drum roll, and the first winner is, I don't know if I can pronounce that, Sadie's Deitch. Sadie's Deitch. Let me go ahead and pick another winner. They're still on commercial on their end, so I can go again. And let me run the drum roll for the next one. Julie Cruz. Julie Cruz, you are the next winner of a free hoodie, a Trump hoodie. Let me just go ahead and get the next one before the next speaker comes up. Priscilla Jimenez. Priscilla Jimenez, you are the next winner. All right, we got all three in before the next speaker comes up. I'm not sure who it is, but as soon as they pop up, we'll know who it is. I'm pretty sure it looks like it's going to be Steve Bannon at this point. So as soon as they come on, we'll do it. So we'll take a couple comments here. Thank you guys for entering. Looks like they've got some people on the stage. Not sure if they're bringing anybody out yet. Let's see. Okay, we can cut to it. and we'll see as soon as they bring somebody out who it's going to be. Now, just so you know, different people have different feeds. I've got a feed directly from the event, so it may be a few minutes, or it is going to be Steve Bannon. Just saw his picture, so this should be a pretty good speech. Now, after hearing Ben Shapiro go a mile a minute, then we heard Ben Carlson slow it down. Now we're probably going to hear some fire, some absolute fire. So let me see what if they're playing music or if what are they doing?
Not let our country be taken, and that's what's important. Everything else is just conversation.
Yeah, I don't know who that music is, but Steve Bannon is taking the stage. Let's get to it. Let's get to it and listen to Steve right now. All right.
Yo! There's more convicts here than in Danbury Federal Prison. You insurrectionists. Okay, listen. In the Imperial Capitol a few moments ago, we had the first defeat that we've had in a long time, right? You know why? The political class is infected with a malignant cancer. That cancer is bipartisanship, right? You guys remember we met last year. It was before President Trump. It was before the primary, before the general election, before any of these victories came. And all the pundits saying Donald Trump can't win. He can't win the primary. Donald Trump doesn't compromise. All of his followers are a bunch of racist and fascist ne'er-do-wells. What happened in the primary? Trump ran the table, correct? Was there any bipartisanship in Scott Presler going around for the last 4 years and changing the makeup of the electorate in Pennsylvania or in Arizona? Was there any? No. Was there any of you guys going door to door as canvassing and get out the vote for President Trump? Was that bipartisan? It was not. It was highly partisan. Was there anything about the election integrity of folks going in and doing the hard work and sitting around the table and making sure they couldn't steal the 2024 election like they stole the 2020 election? Was there any compromise at all in anything that you all did? No, there was not. It was zero. Let's go back in time. When they stole the 2020 election, President Trump left the Imperial Capitol, came to Mar-a-Lago. And they said, every pundit said, you'll never see Trump in politics again. Trump is finished. Trump is a spent force. The MAGA movement was just a blip, right? He was there for 4 years. It was a surprise victory over Hillary Clinton. And what happened? Right, his polling was down. The only people that went down and saw him from the political class were people to make sure the lion was still in the cage. He had no support except from you. You guys refused to back off. Think about the journey you have been on with President Trump since the election was stolen. Everybody consistently told you that all the pundits on Fox and MSNBC and CNN consistently, Trump can't win. Trump's a loser. Trump's people are bad people. The country won't support him. Right? Think of the moral courage President Trump had to come back. It is the Kennedy wrote a book, Profiles in Courage. That is nothing. You read all the examples. They pale in comparison to Trump. President Trump, when he's back in Mar-a-Lago, when he made the conscious decision not to sit there and just enjoy his grandchildren, enjoy the golf courses, enjoy the empire he built, his wife and the great family, he made a conscious decision that this story is not over. That what they had done is stolen an election, and what they were prepared to do to the country was pure evil. He knew what was ahead of him. He knew they were going to try to bankrupt him. He knew that they were going to try to destroy his family. He knew that they were going to come after him with lawfare and try to put him in prison. All of that he understood when he made the decision that he would return. He would return and defeat them, win the primary against the Republican Party, and then defeat Joe Biden or whoever the puppets were, the puppet masters in back of Joe Biden. That single act of doing it was the single greatest act of political courage in the history of the country. Now, why did he do it? Because he knew he had you as his back. You had his back. You're the foundational element of this movement. You are the vanguard of a revolutionary movement. Every revolution has had folks like you. The American Revolution had it. That's who you are. You just delivered the greatest comeback, not just in the history of the country, but the greatest comeback in all political history. Do you understand your power? Do you understand it? I don't think so. You know what understands it? Wall Street understands it. The titans in Silicon Valley understand it. The political class in Washington, D.C. understand it because every day they plot to defeat President Trump and therefore to defeat you. Look at what happened in the last 72 hours. You know, President Trump wins. He's on a roll. He's on a roll. He's treated like the President of the United States. You know why they treat him like that since the victory? Because they understand that Joe Biden is illegitimate imposter. That never in American history, never in American history has any president-elect been treated like Donald Trump on the international stage and by the American people, because the American people understand that Biden is an imposter. They understand now that he stole the 2020 election. President Trump goes to Notre Dame and he's treated like Charlemagne. He looks like Charlemagne when he walks in, like a king, like a leader. You see those little munchkins? You see the little munchkins, Macron and the wife and Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden. By the way, I wish any of my 3 ex-wives gave me the look that Jill Biden gave Trump. Come on, man. Come on. Right? What's the over and under she voted for him? You know it happened. Look how they received him. Look how they received him everywhere. Look at Army, Navy. The midshipmen and the cadet corps of cadets is not supposed to act like that. Look at it. I've never seen intensity of love of a commander-in-chief. You know why? They consider him the commander-in-chief, not Biden. And why is that? Because of you. They understand, and as our message gets out, remember last year, people were doubting, had no earthly idea if he could do this. You didn't. And look at the message that you brought out, going door to door. President Trump at the rallies, right? Look at the coalition we put together. African-American men, right? Hispanic families. Young men have voted overwhelmingly for President Trump. Part of that is the moral courage. But then at Butler, you merge moral courage with physical courage. You have a unique leader in this country's history who haven't had. President Trump, I just said, President Trump's not particularly churchy, right? But I was there in 2016 when we were down by 12 points with 100 days. President Trump, divine providence works through Donald Trump as its instrument. Do you understand the odds against Trump winning in 2024 of what they did? You understand the long odds of this? It's like 1 billion to 1. Go back and look at all the pundits. They dismissed it. They laughed at it. And then we have a victory. You got Notre Dame. You got President Trump going to the New York Stock Exchange. Look at the photo on Time Magazine, the power shot of him up there, right? He rings the bell. The animal spirits have been unleashed. Corporate America and the entrepreneurs say, yes, we finally got a guy back here who they fought every step of the way. Now they're all down there like little supplicants. Here's my $1 million check, right? In Mar-a-Lago. And then we get to Washington, D.C., the imperial capital. And it's not about any one person. Clearly, Johnson's not up to the task, and he's got to go, right? He's got to go. Should Johnson be Speaker of the House? President Trump, these are your people. It's not just Johnson. Clearly he has to go. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have what we call the right stuff, right? That combination of guts and moxie and savvy and toughness. What is the strength of our movement? It's resilience. What does Trump admire most? It's resilience. You can punch MAGA in the face and they're going to get up off the canvas and they're going to punch you back 3 times harder. This is what we've done. Johnson goes to the UFC fights, right? He's on the plane. He's walking in the UFC fight, right? And when President Trump shows up at the UFC fights, it's like the Roman Coliseum. I mean, this thing explodes, right? I mean, it's unbelievable. He's there. He's at the Army-Navy game, hanging in the box. He's always around. He's down Mar-a-Lago. Did he ever mention to President Trump? Did he ever mention to Vivek? Did he ever mention to Elon? It's 1,500 pages of sellout to Hakeem Jeffries. He just stands up in the Capitol a few minutes ago and goes, well, you know, we negotiated this on bipartisan. There's nothing to negotiate. We don't need partisanship now. We need hyper-partisanship now. The conversation is over. President Trump came back from the political dead and on the shoulders of the most powerful populist movement in the history of the world, brought in every demographic, every ethnicity, every gender, in every part of the country, and won a landslide victory, all the battleground states, every demographic, and the popular vote. We have nothing else to discuss. It's only about the execution of President Trump's plan. On his nominees, right? You've got. Well, first off, we should have never backed off of Matt Gaetz, right? Matt Gaetz is a hammer. Matt Gaetz is going to go in the Justice Department and clean that rat's nest out. And then Matt Gaetz is going to turn the guns, metaphorically, right, on the J6 committee, right, on Capitol Hill, and particularly on the Biden regime, the Biden administration. You guys are right about it. You're mocked and ridiculed all the time. Remember, they're not an illegitimate regime. No, they won. The New York Times and Wall Street Journal in the last 48 hours have published 2 stories that say Biden never really ran the government, right? He had all these other people that don't even know who made these decisions. It's a complete puppet. Everything we've been saying from the beginning, and if he was an actual commander-in-chief, and you saw this when he went to Saudi Arabia, did he have the troops out when President Trump shows up? They got the red carpet. They got soldiers on both sides. They're all snapped too, right? Biden gets out of an SUV and is fist bumping some guy. They never treated him like a president of the United States because their intelligence services told them he's not a legitimate president of the United States. And now the mainstream media, 4 years after the fact, gets out that the Daily Mail aggregated the stories, and there's going to be some huge investigation. We have to go back to the beginning. We have to go back to 2020, right? It has to be out in the open. Remember, the more transparency, the more powerful we are. The first thing President Trump ought to do is declassify 5 million documents of classified information and let people see it. You'll sit there and go, "What? This is classified?" They classified the information for one reason, to keep it from you. Right? Your common sense is the common sense we need in our international affairs and our national security. If you gave me the choice, I was fortunate enough to go to Harvard. I was fortunate enough to go to Goldman Sachs. And I will tell you right here, if you gave me the choice between being governed by the top 100 partners at Goldman Sachs or the top 100 partners at McKinsey or Booz Allen or Cravath or Sullivan and Cromwell, and the first 100 people that walked in here with a red ball cap, give me those 100. Because you've got more common sense, you have more empathy. You are the sovereign will of the American people, handed down generation to generation through every patriot's grave down to the current time. This is what you represent. You had no, this was all done. Pressler had no money. These organizations, the types of money, no money. You did this by grit. You did this by tenacity. You did this by resilience. It's exactly what they don't have. They stole the 20. First of all, the whole first term in 16, every day, Trump's a racist, Trump's a fascist. These are terrible people. Then they steal the 2020 election. Did you give up? Did you go back and cry? Did you turn in the fetal position and suck your thumb? Hell no, you didn't. You know who's doing it. All we hear in the mainstream media is how they have to have quiet time. And they got psychologists over at the State Department patting them on the head. They're too tired. There's no resistance because they can't take it anymore. Fuck you. We're going to go win.
Oh, boy. Did he really say that?
That's my inner convict that just came out. No. I'll be blunt. I find their weakness appalling, right? I find what they tried to do to use state power, to use the media, to use it all against Trump and all the money from Wall Street. To not just break Trump, but to break you. You couldn't have worn a red MAGA hat before out in public. You couldn't let people at work know how you voted. They tried to, they were like neo-Marxists in Russia or Nazi Germany or neo-Marxists. Think about what they tried to do to your life. But underground, there were so many people who said, hey, I like Trump. And then when they started hearing the policies from you and every day, and the new ecosystem of far-right media, we don't need Fox. We don't need MSNBC or CNN, the New York Times. You don't need them. Look at where you guys have more. You are so far ahead of their knowledge. I can talk to you about any topic that is important, signal, not noise, and you guys have the information. Do you realize how few times that's happened in the United States of America where they control the information? The hardest thing we have to do, Charlie will tell you, is to stay ahead of you guys. You take information like a sponge, then you take the actionable information, the actual information, you use your agency and you put it to work. There's never been a movement like that ever, ever. It's the reason they fear you. It's the reason what Johnson did over the last 48 hours is a political mortal sin. You don't go to Hakeem Jeffries. Quite frankly, I don't give a damn what Hakeem Jeffries wants. I don't care what Chuck Schumer wants. These people are not relevant. What is relevant is the people that President Trump has in office, and what's relevant is the people that he wants in his cabinet. I don't care what they have to say about Pete Hegseth. I don't care what they have to say about Bobby Kennedy. I don't care what they have to say about Kash Patel. I do not care what they have to say about Tulsi Gabbard. President Trump took a bullet to the head, and 4 months later, won in a landslide. He gets the team he wants. And what does the political class do? The political class gives 1,500 pages. And here's the thing that galls me the most. All the giveaways, biolabs in Ukraine, all this different crap, right? More stuff, you can't investigate them. But the worst thing, and to show you what kind of people they are, they gave themselves a pay raise. They gave themselves a pay raise and hid it on page 900. Yo, dude, if you think you deserve the COLA you haven't been paid in 10 years, we're reasonable people. We're reasonable people. Just put it on the front cover, and we tell you, go screw yourself, okay? The 170, if the 173 is not good enough, I got a lot of folks here that'll go hit the bed and serve their country for $173,000 plus expenses, right? If it's not good enough, give it up.
Oh boy.
And then you got the seething anger, you know, the young guy that assassinated a guy. Shot him in the, laid in wait, shot him in the back at point blank range. Not exactly an American tradition, right? It was like Robert Ford shot Wild Bill Hickok. the worst thing that happened in the American West, or one of the worst things that ever happened. He does it. That seething anger underneath it. So what do these guys do? I don't know. They opt out of Obamacare, the insurance program, in the dark of night. Because this is how the political class thinks. They don't think like you. They don't think like Trump. They think in a totally different, it's all politics. It's all this irrelevant nomenclature. They never get down to the thing itself. Think about it. President Trump, there's 3 big lines of work right now. One is to stop the forever wars, right? In Ukraine, go back to our show. I said on the evening on Ukraine, you know, this thing's absurd, and they're never going to give up those Eastern-speaking territories or Crimea. We're 3 years later. Folks, there's 1 million dead and wounded Ukrainians. When I say wounded, I mean the no legs, no arms. 1 million. The Russians have 700,000, 1.7 million. And Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine's been destroyed. We've put $250 billion, $250 billion. And Biden every day is trying to send more arms, more weapons, strip our own military of everything to get it in there, right? And making it harder for President Trump to be able to negotiate. But I will tell you, when they gave Hunter Biden the pardon, and they went back to 1 January 2014, that's a signal, right? They know what they did in Ukraine. They know what they had to hide in Ukraine. When we get into Ukraine and investigate and we rip the scab off of Ukraine, there's going to be some pus come out of there that's going to revolt the American people. I'm talking about the biolabs, the child trafficking, where the money went. Zelensky, to me, is a criminal. He ought to be under full investigation, and then when we find out how much he and his buddies have stolen, you know who agrees with us? The people of Ukraine. He's only at 16%. If they held an election today, which he hadn't held, it'd be 16%. So President Trump's got the war in the Middle East. Now you've got against, telling Trump, you didn't know what you're doing. You didn't know what you're doing. The Persians are, what, a week, 2 weeks away from having nuclear-grade material to make a nuclear weapon? Didn't President Trump warn us about that? Didn't he stop that? So you got that situation. You have with the Chinese in the South China Sea. Everything on this war to stop the kinetic part of it is a huge lift for President Trump, and all they do every day is make it worse, right? Then you look at the southern border. You know Biden's illegitimate. Who would allow into their country to organize it, initiate it, and then exacerbate it? Who would allow 12 to 15 million illegal aliens into this country? And they did it to crush the African American and Hispanic citizens, low-skilled workers. They did it because they wanted those wages to go down to stop inflation. You notice they didn't do this to investment bankers. They didn't do this to lawyers. They didn't do it to the lobbyists in D.C. They did it to the folks in this country, the hardest working folks that could least defend themselves. This is why the message of Donald Trump is resonating. This is why we won in the Rio Grande Valley. This is why we won in South Texas. This is why Trump can get 15,000 people in South Bronx. And if they weren't stealing votes 2 at a time with handfuls at a time, he would have won New York City. He would have won the boroughs. That's part of the Trump revolution. What we've done is a realignment like 1932, like FDR. There's nothing to stop us but ourselves. So let's talk about that. The biggest issue is the financial and economic, and particularly the debt. And this is what President Trump, he's got a plan. He's got these reconciliations, but you got to line everything up. You got Treasury, you got OMB, you got the work that Vivek and Elon are going to do at Doge, right? To deconstruct the administrative state and take it down, right? Right? The bond market, the global capital markets have taken out the government of the United Kingdom in the last year. And they're about to take out the Labour government. It's taken out the government in Germany. It's taken out the government in France. It's taken out the government in Canada. I think I got pattern recognition here, right? It took out Biden. The inflation that was caused by the refinancing of his debt is why inflation didn't go away. President Trump has got to line them up. It's got to be a close run thing. You got to be very organized and get on it. And it's going to be incredibly tough. This may be the hardest part at all. And what is Jay Powell's giving us another interest rate cut, but say on President Trump's watch we're not going to give any, right? Janet Yellen is playing around with the balance sheet of the Treasury every day. They're playing games, whether it's the war, whether it's the debt, whether it's the border and illegal immigrants. They are playing games to make it harder for Trump. They just announced today they got 2,000 troops in Syria. How in the hell did that happen? Because they don't want Trump to be successful. In fact, they said it the other day, but when we relieved the watch in 17, we're sitting down there, we go through everywhere we are. Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Special Forces, CIA paramilitary, 150 countries, 150,000 people. What in the hell are we doing? Right? This is what President Trump's fighting against. This American empire that the framers of the Constitution, the founders of our nation, warned us about. Don't go overseas for monsters to slay, right? It's not that we don't have allies and we're a nation, we're going to have trading deals and be part of the world. We're not isolationists, but what we are not is globalists. And that's what you've got. You've got these radical globalists that have run this. What? They think because of what happened, this speed bump in the last 24 hours, they think they got Trump now. You watch. They think they got MAGA. It's far from it. Okay? When they say, we don't back down, okay? We don't back down, we double down, right? We don't retreat, we advance. And we don't surrender, we fight. And that is what's needed now more than ever. President Trump needs you to have his back because as hard as it's been for the last 4 years, as great as you have been, to be at the vanguard, the cadre at the tip of the spear. The hardest work's ahead of us. You just saw this in the last 24 hours in D.C. They're going to chop block us every step of the way because your growth as a movement, your power as a movement, President Trump's becoming victorious and efficient and effective with Elon and all the great team he's bringing together. They understand that 2/3 to 75% of this country is MAGA. And they fear that. And they fear you. So don't back down. Double down, right? Do not retreat. We're not going to retreat. You know what we're going to do? We're going to fix bayonets and we're going to advance. Okay? Fix bayonets. This is what saved Pete Hegseth. This is what saved Kash Patel. When they tell you a guy like Pete Hegseth is not qualified, say screw yourself. He was qualified enough to fight for this country overseas. He's qualified to be in DOD and run it. When they tell you Kash Patel is not qualified. He knows more counterterrorism, more counterintelligence than any guy they got over there. And he understands who needs to be investigated, right? The J6 committee and the Biden White House. When they tell you they're on TV every night talking about blanket preemptive pardons, they're telling you about the crimes they committed. Now they're on TV talking about blanket amnesties. Here's the amnesty they're going to get. We're going to investigate you. We're going to do it all above board, and you're going to go to prison for a long time. Somebody said President Trump's retribution and his success is going to be the golden age and coming back and great jobs and everything. And that's true because President Trump's a kind-hearted man. President Trump's a good man. Okay? I'm not that kind-hearted and I'm not that good. I want good old-fashioned Old Testament retribution, okay? I want to go after with Mike Davis the vast criminal conspiracy that for the last 4 years tried to bankrupt Donald Trump, tried to imprison Donald Trump, tried to assassinate Donald Trump. That's what we're going to go after. We're going to investigate it, and we're going to put all the guilty in prison where they belong so they can never do it again. We got a huge fight in front of us, but I'd like who's on my side of the football, right? We got to have Trump's back. We got to fight every day. When in the Napoleonic Wars, they had this thing, Napoleon, very focused. And he had these, his top guys were called the Marshals of France, and there were 12 of them. Okay, and he had them in there one time. It's all confusing. And he said, hey, shut up, focus. When you set out to take Vienna, That's what we're going to do. Take the imperial capital. You guys are going to be ascendant. We're going to get President Trump's program through. And one last thing. Trump 2028. MSNBC, fuck you.
Oh my God.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
I didn't know this was going to be like PG-13 or something. It is, kind of late. It's 10 o'clock. But Steve Bannon was not holding anything back. Sorry about that. Some of you guys who might not want to hear it, but he ain't playing. And it's funny, I'm getting texts from people like, why is Steve Bannon dressed like a bum? There was a friend of mine who owned a restaurant at one time. And he had just bought the restaurant, and he had a long ponytail, big Italian guy. And his father came into town to see him at his new restaurant. And when he got there, his father goes, cut your hair. And my friend said, but, Dad, this is the look for a chef. This is what, Mario has and this guy has. He goes, they're successful. Right now, he looked like a bum. And he made him cut his hair. But nonetheless, Steve Bannon was worth millions, tens of millions of dollars. He could afford a better jacket, but hey, nobody gonna tell me after he brought that. So up next, from what I understand, they skipped Matt Walsh. Maybe they put Matt Walsh in Mike Johnson's spot because he chickened out. So it's I think we got two more, maybe three. We've got Donald Trump Jr. and then of course Tucker Carlson. So I've seen some people in the chat say, hey Barry, you're about 10 minutes behind. Well, make your choice. We don't need to know that we're 10 minutes behind. We're still seeing it. We just happen to be watching it a different feed. If you want to be ahead, be ahead. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't crank it up. This is the feed coming off the computer. So here comes Don Jr. right now. But I don't understand. Hey, you're 10 minutes behind. Did you see it then? So if you see it, you should maybe stay 10 minutes ahead or come back to the future. Your choice. Either way, we're having a great time tonight. Nothing's going to get me down. Here we go. We're still playing music. Start talking, bro.
What's going on, Arizona? Oh, it's so nice to be here after that win. What do you think? Are you guys sick of winning yet? Are we ever going to get sick of winning? And guys, I love you too, sir. It's usually better if it's a woman, but whatever. It's 2024. It's fine. It's fine. Well, guys, I want to thank Steve, I guess, for that pre-endorsement for 2028. Kidding. I'm kidding. But guys, I want to thank all of you, most importantly, for all of the incredible work that we did this last election. It's because of you that we are here. Because not only in the last few months did you all become the media, when we got actual free speech back with the help of Elon and X and Truth Social, when we actually had a chance to level the playing field, we took away the advantage that they'd been playing on us for so long. I love watching it right now. You're watching the leftist meltdown because for the first time in arguably generations, they actually have to compete on a level playing field. Their ideas have to actually make sense. And I know that's implausible. I know they're not used to it. But they're actually revolting and quitting the game because it's not just being handed to them anymore.
we're actually fighting it back. And that's because of you guys. If you watch what's happened in the last few weeks, we've taken that narrative away from the media. You look at what's happening in the confirmation process when you have an awesome, great patriot like Pete Hegseth, and the swamp and the media, they want to take him out. And guess what? They were doing it until we took control of the narrative, until we made the representatives that are there to represent us actually do that. And they were cheering it. They were going to take this guy out with anonymous sources. It didn't matter that the actual people that were in the room that were willing to put their name behind it were saying, this is nonsense. They were going to do it. And then all of you got involved. And you held the swamp accountable. So not only in the last few weeks did you all become the media, but you also became the government because you're able to finally hold your representatives accountable. They can't get away with it anymore, folks. You saw that in the last 48 hours when they tried jamming a 1,500-page CR down your throats with more pork than a pig farm. And in a few minutes, almost everyone knew what was in it. Far more than Congress, you're able to pick out the parts were disastrous. You're able to pick out the fraud, the bribes, the bullshit, and you were able to talk about it. And it died like that. We need to keep that up. For far too long, people have been made to be afraid of their media, of their governments, of their representatives. That time is over. This election was a mandate against that insanity. We won resoundingly because Americans want common sense back. And it has not been common at all for far too long. And what I love about it is it's happening at the perfect time. The fact that we went through hell, they tried putting my father through hell. I think I'm the most subpoenaed man in the history of America. The last 4 years, the lies, but the insurrection. I mean, the first unarmed insurrection in the history of the world. I mean, honestly, if you were going to lead an insurrection in like the most heavily armed country in America, maybe show up with guns, unless, of course, it wasn't an insurrection, which, of course, it wasn't. But they lied about it. They weaponized it against the people. There are still people in prison who haven't had due process, who were marching through velvet ropes, taking selfies. They had no idea. It didn't matter. That ends now. Now, we all know my father won 3 elections because he actually won in 2020, right? No one's pretending. Do me a favor. Raise your hand if you're still pretending that Joe Biden actually won in 2020. Nothing, right? Yeah, okay. We all know that, and we saw that. Even the Democrats the day after the election. Well, it is a little bit odd that there's this massive spike. You know, it's like 74 million votes, 75 million, 73 million, 74 million, 73, 82 million. Like, yeah, where are they? Where'd they go? I mean, if Trump is truly the greatest threat to democracy ever, you'd think maybe they'd show up. It's almost like that was a lie, too. But while my father went through hell, and they tried taking away his business, and they tried bankrupting him, and they tried doing the same to myself and my brother, and when that didn't work, they tried jailing him. 750 years. Seems like a long time. My father is a young and vibrant 78, but I feel like 750 years and possibly the death penalty may be excessive. But I guess that's what they needed to do. And it's all collapsing because it was all built on a foundation of lies and garbage. And everyone now knows it. They weaponized every aspect of government, every position. that they could possibly do, and they still failed. But what's good about the fact that while we may have won in 2020, we didn't assume office? We get to start with a clean slate, with the knowledge of who's real, with the knowledge of who's loyal, with the knowledge of who can actually fight and deliver. Had we just rolled over the 2016 to 2020 crowd, honestly, I don't know that it would have been a great presidency. I'd love to believe that we do some things. I think we did a great job with 16 to 20, given what we were up against, given that you had the most hostile media ever, given that you had the most hostile Democrat Party ever, given that half the Republicans weren't even on your side. He still did pretty amazing. But those same can kickers, those people who thought that they knew better than the duly elected president of the United States and felt obligated to not follow his orders or the will of the people, but to create their own mandates, they're all gone, and they ain't coming back, folks. I know that because I've been in the room. I don't want to choose, and I didn't want to choose a single person in the cabinet, any of the undersecretaries, any of that. I wanted to make sure the bad guys didn't get in, and we did that. And that, to the swamp, to D.C., is the scariest thing ever. We have a chance to transform our government once and for all, to function as it was intended, to be of the people, for the people, and by the people.
I think I said that today. He took my line.
But the only way we do that is if all of you stay involved. You stay in the game. You fight, fight, fight. If you guys show the same resolve that my father showed on July 13th when he took a bullet to the face but came back defiant, that American spirit, that resolve, that guts, that leadership, that willingness to stay in the game, to fight, to preserve our country, our freedoms for that next generation, if we all have that spirit, it's never going back, because when you look at the people we have in there now, we can create change. You look at what's going on. You look at the way we're able to now expose to the American people. You almost don't have to do anything. You just have to actually show the American people what they're getting for their money. What Elon Musk will be able to do with Doge. When Americans see that they've spent trillions of dollars for nothing on waste, so that a couple rich bureaucrats in D.C. and their buddies on the board of Raytheon can get rich, once they see that, the Ponzi scheme is over, folks. It's gone. And you see that now, right? You see exactly, like it started like 2 or 3 days ago, right? You know exactly what they're doing because their playbook is so old. They have nothing. The media has lost all their power because no one's watching anymore. They've been lying to us for so long. They've taken such ridiculous positions that everyone knows exactly what's happening. So now they're trying to do, well, it's really the Elon Musk presidency. They're arguing like kindergartners. Like they're trying, like, it's like a childish fight. Like my toddlers, when they were toddlers, used to do that to try to create a rift. And that's not going to happen, folks. Because my father's assembled a team that gets it. They know how to make it happen. Elon and Vivek with Doge. Bobby Kennedy at HHS. We got to fight hard for Tulsi at DNI because we need people that will handle and take on the intelligence communities. And we have to make sure that the weak, deep state, puppet Republicans who still seemingly work for the CIA, despite what the CIA has been trying to do to conservatives for the last 2 decades, hold them accountable. The same way we went after weak Republicans in the Senate who weren't going to confirm Pete Hegseth, like a guy that's won 2 Bronze Stars, a guy that's actually fought in wars, not like the Millies of the world. You know, they have medals. They have medals. It looks like, you know, the lineup of the North Korean dictators and everyone, it's just like medals, the entire suit. I'm like, you haven't won a war. You haven't won a war. I mean, I know you want to understand what, white rage is all about. And you want to do your videos about prosthetic penile implants for trans soldiers at the VA. You know, I understand where your priorities are, but that's not where the priorities of the American people are. They have medals like this. Eisenhower, who won World War II, has like 2 little things. How about we let the war fighters be back in charge? Seems pretty logical. But I know it also works. Because when my father let the war fighters be in charge the last time, he let the guys on the ground, the door kickers, take on ISIS. And what happened? They were able to kill them. It's sort of nice. I got in trouble it was a couple years ago because I was talking about it. It may have been at Turning Point like a couple of years ago. And I was getting calls from buddies of mine that were in the SEAL teams that were like, hey dude, we're spending more time doing like DEI training than we are like shooting. And I'm like, seems like a bad thing to do. Like I want my like operators to be able to like operate. Let them kill bad guys. But no, we have to learn the 4,376 pronouns. We have to see how that applies in war and in combat. And people literally went nuts. Like the media was like, that didn't happen, it's not happening. And like 12 buddies that were SEALs like literally came out. We're like, no, it actually is happening and it's a problem. We know this works because of course it works. It's the most plausible answer to everything. So we're going to do that and we're going to fix it. Then we're going to hold them accountable on the budget side so that we're not mortgaging all of you young guys in this room and all of you young ladies in this room. Your future isn't going to go down the tubes so that a couple of guys in D.C. can get rich. I've used the example before. Steve talked it about a little bit. We talked about Ukraine for the last 3 years. And to this day, Mitch McConnell will still tell you that Ukraine is the #1 priority for Republicans across the country. And I can assure you it is not. Because just being in this room alone tonight, I have spoken to more real Republicans than Mitch McConnell has in his 772-year tenure in the United States Senate. But it's not just in this room. For the last 3 years, since the war started, I have spoken in front of over 150,000 people. Not a huge room like this. Sometimes it's 300 people here, 700 people there, 5,000 people there. I have asked the question, is it a top 3 or top 10 issue in every one of those speeches I've given to every person in that room. And out of 150,000 people over 2.5, 3 years, exactly 4 people raised their hands that it was a top 10, possibly top 10 issue for them. No one was top 3. First gentleman, sir, it's top 10 issue what? Well, I am from the Kiev, Ukraine. I was like, okay, fine, I'm going to give you a pass. Next guy misunderstood the question. He thought it was a double negative, so he was actually on our side. Next guy worked at Raytheon. So I was like, okay, well, that's job security, of course. And the other guy was like, well, I worked there for like 15 years, so I'm like a 10.5. So basically zero Americans actually thought that it was a top 10 issue. And yet Senate Republicans were still trying to jam that down our throats to the tune of $250 billion. And by the way, that doesn't include the other $260 billion that the Pentagon lost. Just lost it. The same people, the same government that will audit you for a $601 Venmo account transfer can magically lose $250 billion. It's like, no problem. Right? The Pentagon will fail 7 audits. Doesn't matter. That ends That ends now. But again, while it's easy to sit back and celebrate some of these wins, we can never stop. Don't get lax. Don't let these little wins think that it's over. It's never over. They're not going away. We just have to overwhelm them. We have to keep on the pressure. We have to make sure, again, in D.C., it's not just the Democrats that are our foes. It's a vast majority of the Republicans. And we saw that even today. When we take a resolution, a CR, from 1,500 pages to 150 pages, we get it down, and like 30 House Republicans vote it down because, they didn't get one little thing that they needed, or they needed more pork, or they're trying to comply with the Democrats or give them what they want, or, as we've always seen in D.C., it's just an easy existence to be a weakling Republican. What we're going to do is we're going to give Chuck Schumer all of that power if we don't get these things passed right now. So we need everyone to do what we did over the last few weeks. Call them out. Call their offices. Put on that pressure. Make them feel the pain. I call it, I think Joni Ernst learned this a little bit the hard way. ETP, education through pain. It's a very simple concept. Very simple concept. Like, you touch a hot pot on a stove, it hurts. You don't do it again. Children learn this, right? We need our politicians to understand that too. They've gotten away with it for far too long. And again, we have a mandate from the people. It's been so clear. It's there. People are sick of it. And we can do something about it. We just have to hold them accountable. Right? Just because they have the R next to their name doesn't mean anything anymore. Because honestly, guys, the Republican Party of a few years ago is gone. This is now the America First Party. Donald Trump is in charge.
MAGA.
And now, for the first time in a long time, we actually have a bench of people that can carry that torch for years. It's why I fought so hard for J.D. Vance. How awesome has he been? For me, it's not about just having Trump and you get 4 years and you go back to the old ways. It's about having people who have the resolve, the stamina, the balls to keep fighting and to never give up. And now we actually have that bench. Now we have an America First Party that can go decades. We have to keep that going. And what's great, the best part of all of it, guys, is the Democrats don't get why they lost yet. They don't understand. It's amazing. I'm looking at the polls. Kamala Harris is leading in 2028. Please, God, make this happen. Remember when I said, I think I said it last year, all I want to see is the J.D. Vance, Kamala Harris, debate. We could maybe have it happen. It was just going to be for VP and VP. But after the coup, she took over. Shockingly, she wasn't the greatest candidate ever, despite what the media tried to say about her in a couple of weeks. But the Democrats are literally out there on TV celebrating. Who cares if you can't afford your groceries? 3-year-old children need to be getting gender-affirming care without parental consent. They don't get it. Their disdain for you, for hardworking Americans, is so palpable. The things they have said, the things they have done, the things that had you done, they'd be trying to throw you in the gulags for. It's all been exposed, and they still don't know why. Because they cannot get out of their vacuums. They don't understand that the inflation that they caused with the policies that failed for so long aren't great. So I welcome another Kamala Harris run. I welcome the radical policies, the leftist policies that everyone has seen through, I welcome them bringing that to the table again and again. And again, if we stay vigilant, and again, in some places we didn't do as good a job. There's no reason that Trump should do as well right here in Arizona, but we can't get a senator over the line in that same state. Okay? Same thing in Nevada. We need to stop pretending that Democrats are working across the aisle. And they're just listen to what they've been saying today. That's over. That's clear. We have to make sure we just get every possible seat forever. Okay? I love, because no, it gets harder. Hey, I get it, guys. Without Donald Trump at the top of the ticket, that gets harder. Okay? He's created a movement that hasn't existed in the history, perhaps of politics, certainly in American politics. But we need to keep that going, because if they take over this country, it's over. Now, again, with the team that we have assembled, with what we're going to be able to do, with what we're able to expose, I think we can create a generational shift. We have an opportunity that has never been presented in modern American history to actually fix things, to actually do things that are right and make sense and can win for our people. We have that mandate, but we cannot squander it with apathy. We cannot stop moving forward each and every day. We cannot take any rest. We cannot sit on our laurels. And most importantly, we cannot just sit back and hope that Republicans in office are going to do what they tell you on a daily basis. We saw that today. They know exactly what went on. Everyone saw what happened on November 5th. And yet it doesn't matter to them. And so for those people who aren't willing to get in line and do their job, which is to serve their constituents, we got to start primarying the hell out of these people. There's so much we can do, guys. We can fix our economy. You see it already happening, right? You see what Canada's willing to do on their border simply because Trump threatens tariffs, and what Mexico was doing as it relates to that. Donald Trump's not even president yet, and countries are already capitulating to his policies that are not yet in place because they know what's coming. Strong leadership, guys. Strong leadership is not just good for America. It's good for the world. It's not rocket science. When America, led by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, did nothing other than exude weakness, our enemies saw it. They capitalized on it. That's the nature of predation. That's a story as old as time. Once Daddy came home, it's a whole different world. It's a whole different attitude. So guys, enjoy it, but stay in the game. We have so much we need to do between now and January 20th. We have to get those cabinet picks in, okay? You see what they're trying to do. You know the playbook. You see what the media is trying to do to break up the relationship that my father has with Elon. They're trying to cause that schism to prevent these guys from being able to do what they're going to do best. And we can't allow that. So you guys, thank you for everything that you have done. I understand it has been a brutal 4 years. Not just because of those policies, but because of what they've tried to do to all of us. Okay? My father isn't just the most resilient man in politics. How many times have they counted him out, right? I mean, when you talk about resilience, in 2015, there's no way he could possibly do anything, and he's going to get 0% in a Republican primary, then he wins. Then he has a 0% chance of getting Hillary Clinton. Then he gets in office, and you impeach him twice, and you put him up against that, and he still wins. And then January 6th happens, and now he's totally out. And then they try to ostracize him to the annals of history, and he comes back. And then XYZ candidate's definitely going to beat Trump in a primary, and he wins that again. He keeps winning because he's willing to fight. He's willing to stay in the game, right? And so many of you guys, because I remember when I first spoke to this crowd, the first equivalent of this for Turning Point, it was like 300 people in a room. And when I look at what's going on right here, it makes me so proud. Because I think Charlie said earlier today that I may be, other than him, maybe the most, I've had the most Turning Point speaking opportunities of anyone around. And it just makes me so proud to see this movement grow, to see the youth vote come out. Because guess what, folks? For all you young people at Turning Point, for that next generation, the fact that you're here right now, it's so critical. It's so important. But we're winning. Think about it. We basically did 50% of the 18 to 29 vote this time around. That could have never been done without Turning Point, without Charlie, and without all of you guys. And when I saw this room 8 years ago, and it was like this section right here, and now I'm looking out, I can't even see the back of the room. It's spectacular. This is what it's all about. And guess what? You guys are that generation. You're the guys going to get stuck with this. I'm basically old as dirt at this point. Like, I can sit back and do nothing. You guys are going to inherit these things. So the fact that you're willing to fight for it is so awesome and so fundamentally critical. That's what America was founded on. That's what it's all about. So I want to thank all of you for getting in the game. I want to thank all of you for being unafraid. I'd say very few people understand the consequences of standing up to the nonsense, standing up to the swamp, standing up to big government, standing up to the mainstream media, standing up to big tech, standing up to the seemingly insurmountable obstacles that they've put up. But you guys did that. So many of you are day one. When I say day one, I don't just mean 2016. I mean also January 7th. The fact that you guys had the guts to stay through all of that is everything to me. And it means that the future of this country is in incredible hands because you are willing to fight like that. So guys, I want to thank all of you for everything that you do. God bless you. God bless Turning Point. God bless the United States of America. And don't ever, ever, ever give up. Fight, fight, fight.
All right, so just imagine it's Thursday on the East Coast. It's about 10:45. Got one more speaker. Actually, it's going to be two more. It's going to be Tucker, and then Charlie Kirk is going to come and finish at the end. Excuse me. But this is night one. You still got 3 nights left of this. I think tomorrow is kind of like an in-between thing, but Saturday and Sunday are going to be fire. Obviously, Trump speaks on Sunday. I don't think it's Sunday night. I think it's Sunday afternoon. But I feel like we're back into campaign mode. I think we're back into get the energy back up there. This is perfect timing for what just happened in the last 24 to 48 hours. His voice is going, my voice is going, talking and being out here for a second show. This second show has gone nearly 4 hours. It'll be probably close to 4.5, 5 by the time we're done. But I'm enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying it. It's amazing seeing this passion again. I think we all needed to see it after that big fight yesterday. And as I've been saying in my videos, be prepared. Keep fighting. It's only going to get worse, not better. These people are not going to relax. They're going to try anything and everything. So just go ahead, make sure you're protected, make sure you're ready to get into this fight. And if you haven't, like I said, join our let me see, do I have that picture handy? Join our group over on X, and there's like 12,000 people in there right now. Feel free to go to fanfareshop.org/group. Join 12,000 plus patriots in that group that are talking and having a great time with learning how to use Twitter, and it's fun. So just jump over there. Somebody had asked a question, and it was a real important question. It's, what is primarying, before Tucker comes on? Primarying is, if you're not on board, we need to get you out and put somebody else in. How do we do that? We need to make sure that in 2026, if you're up for office, we back somebody else. We put somebody else up against you in the primary to try and get you the heck out. And Elon Musk has said he will back people. He will put up the financing for somebody to challenge the rhinos. So that's what primarying means at this point. And he says the other day, he goes, "I say what I mean." So putting up, and it depends on like where you're from. It won't cost that much to primary somebody. And RNC is controlled by MAGA, so you're not going to get support from, a MAGA either. So you're going to get nailed. And Tucker is about to take the stage. Man, last time I heard Tucker, I think it was Madison Square Garden, and he brought down the house. So here he is coming to the stage right now. He's still looking to turn on the microphone. Let's go, Tucker. I got to keep killing the music, but he'll be ready in 1 second.
Thank
you. Let the guy talk, please.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Every year I come here in December. I've come here 5 or 6 years, and every single year I have the same thought, which is I feel like I'm on the set of Stonehenge in Spinal Tap. It's like, I love it. I feel like Ozzy Osbourne walking out here. Thank you so much for having me.
There's a chuckle.
I just want to start by saying, and I mean this sincerely, this is not shilling, this is honest. I think Charlie Kirk did an amazing thing in this election, and people make the obvious point that the two-party system is fading and that the parties themselves are weaker, more disorganized, and inevitably more corrupt than they've ever been. But they're being replaced, and Charlie Kirk is more powerful in the true sense, which is he actually gets things done, than the Republican National Committee. And I just think that's amazing. For a man who, if there's ever been a debate, like, is it worth going to college? Look at Charlie Kirk, an amazing person, and I'm proud to have him as a friend. Anyway, thank you very much for having me. I was thinking, flying out here today, this really is a moment of liberation for the country. I think the vibe has changed. That's real. And I feel it everywhere I go. I haven't met a hostile person in the last 6 weeks anywhere in the United States. People seem happier. And I've been trying to think about, what actually changed. Obviously, Trump won. Kamala Harris lost. Which is great. But what really happened was the spell was shattered. And here's what the spell was. And I think all of us, to one degree or another, were under its influence for at least the past 8 years, but probably the past 30 years. The spell was this. No, a spell is an incantation. It's a phrase or idea that, if repeated enough, gains power. And the way you break a spell is by saying boo really loudly and waking up everyone to the truth that the spell is fake. And it had been 30 years since anyone did that. And here's what the spell was. The spell was that the tiny group of people who run the country to their own benefit represented, the rest of the world. That everybody agreed with all the dumb pieties they were screaming at you, that all the good people were on the other side, and that you were somehow alone, trapped in your house thinking freaky far-right things that you should be embarrassed of. And all the truly decent, moral, progressive, open-minded people were on the other side, laughing at you. And that you were some kind of medieval freak, probably dangerous. And what the election showed was the opposite was true. The fact that Trump won not just the majority of the popular vote, but huge segments of unrelated parts of the society told the entire story. Trump won young people, Hispanics. He won Muslims in Southeast Michigan. He won Orthodox Jews in upstate New York. He basically won everybody except for the tiny core of super unhappy people who controlled everything. And I remember thinking about 10 years ago, having grown up in an affluent neighborhood in California and lived in a bunch of other affluent neighborhoods my whole life, that the politics of the Democratic Party reminded me very much of my neighbor's, my buddy's, divorced mom in 1978 in La Jolla, California. And I'll never forget sitting in his backyard with his mom, who had become like an artist after getting divorced, an artist. And she was sitting there wearing sandals. She had like long frizzy hair, and she was smoking a Moor, which was like the cigarette of choice for divorced ladies in the 70s. It was like really long and thin and brown. And it was a sign of liberation, personal liberation. Like, I don't need a man anymore. I'm on my own. I am woman, hear me roar. I am feminist. I am the future. And I remember sitting in the backyard of their $4 million house by the pool as she ranted about the patriarchy and capitalism, smoking her Moor. And I remember thinking, this is, well, she's obviously crazy, but this is the unhappiest person I've ever met. I kind of can't wait to get out of here, take off with my buddy and go play. This woman is miserable, and that informs all of her views. So that was, 1978, 79. I wake up in like 2015, and that's the entire Democratic Party sound like my friend's angry feminist mom, like pissed at her husband, who she hates because he cheated on her, but you can kind of understand why, but he's still paying for the house with the pool. And I'm like, those politics, that very specific politics of affluent, unhappy people who have everything but really nothing inside at all, who've reached like the terminus, the end stage of consumer society, where you can't distract yourself or medicate yourself enough to avoid like the basic tragedy of your life, which is it has no meaning. And rather than solve that by believing in something with inherent value like God, you externalize all your disappointment and hate onto everybody else. Your life has been a total failure. You have no skills. Your kids hate you, but you still have the moral high ground because you've occupied it early and defended it ruthlessly. So people who had everything to be ashamed of diverted attention from their own failures by screaming at you about your moral inferiority, and you bought it. And I bought it, and all of us kind of bought it. It was like, you can't say this stuff out loud because it's embarrassing, and like polite people don't say those things out loud, like obvious things. Like, you're idiotic. And no, boys can't become girls. And no, you don't get to run our foreign policy or energy policy. You can't even change the tire on your Volvo. You're useless and dumb. And a compassionate society would not let you starve to death, but you're not allowed to run everything. Nobody ever said that because they occupied this place of moral authority. And they had like kind of predictable institutions to enforce their rule, the cultural institutions, especially the universities. And if I could just, I want to say one more time, Charlie Kirk has done more personally to break that spell by succeeding without a college degree than anybody I've ever met. Rather than whining about college indoctrination and how it's, a waste of money and time, he just goes out without a college degree and just becomes a crazy success through hard work and intelligence and makes the point himself by his own life, which is, by the way, how you convince people, not by yelling at them or even trying to persuade them, but by living in a way that proves your point. If you're onto something, if you're on the right path, your life should reflect it. You should be joyful. You should have meaningful, deep relationships with the people around you. You should have respect of the people who work for you. You should have the love of your spouse, et cetera, et cetera. If you are telling me that college is a bad idea, show me a better way, and he has. These are very obvious observations, but for some reason, for like 30 years, we ignored them, and we allowed people who not only have no moral authority, who should feel deep shame and be engaged in a long process of deep reflection that includes ashes and sackcloth, really living in some faraway place in the desert repenting full time for, say, the Iraq War. They should not be on television giving instructions for how we proceed at all. But we all kind of sat there and were like, well, we kind of have to take it. And my kids can't get jobs because in a country with a Civil Rights Act, they're the wrong color, but we kind of have to take it. And, my children aren't going to own anything, they're going to rent. But that's just the way it is in a free market system. We kind of have to take it. And by the way, the people who are doing all of this are, we will acknowledge, in some sense, better than we are. We call them the elites. They did go to Princeton. You went to Penn State. And we all kind of played along with it. Go Penn State, by the way. That's exactly right. You have nothing to be ashamed of, Mr. Penn State. But the point is, the Trump election showed that what they claimed was a far-right, boutique, crazed, dangerous ideology that actually was a threat sufficient that the Department of Homeland Security and the U.S. military ought to be keeping an eye on you and they ought to have a right to spy on you, that supposedly crazed fringe ideology was in fact shared by pretty much everybody other than my buddy's divorced mom and other unhappy people. And what do we learn from that? We learned that the whole thing was an illusion. And the biggest illusion of all was the race stuff. That was the biggest illusion of all. And they can no longer say that people who don't want to go along with their program are racists because look at the election results. Look at the election results. Now, no one should be surprised by that. By the way, if you don't live in Bethesda, if you're out in the world, you know that, normal people don't want crime and homelessness and drugs and open borders. It doesn't matter what they look like or where they're from. Nobody wants that. No normal person wants that. I remember when I lived in Washington, an actual conversation I had at an actual dinner party that if you put it on film in the middle of a movie, people would be like, that's just not believable, that never happened, but it actually happened. I was in the middle of getting lectured in a very polite way by one of my neighbors who was a very nice person, but obviously a lot better than me because she was a Hillary Clinton voter. And she said, but she was fundamentally a nice person, but totally convinced of her moral authority. And she said to me, I have a lot of problems with your views on immigration. Frankly, I don't think you're a racist. I just want to be clear. She's my neighbor. I don't think you're a racist. But basically, she said, you're a racist. Okay, so I was trying to defend. Well, actually, I think countries need borders. I'm trying to be polite. 15 minutes later, she goes, my housekeeper loves you. Would you sign something for her? I was like, your housekeeper from Belgium? No, from El Salvador. Oh, right. So I'm such a nice person. I was trying to be a Christian. I didn't say, so you think I'm a racist, but your Salvadoran housekeeper's fully on board with my racist program? Tell me how that works. And then you realize it's not just her Salvadoran housekeeper, it's every Salvadoran housekeeper, actually, in the world. There's not a liberal one. Not one. If you can find a liberal Salvadoran housekeeper, call me. I don't believe you. They're just not liberal. Whatever you think, they're just not liberal. And a lot of America is not liberal in the way that they envision it. They're just not. They think if you break the law, you should be punished. They don't think it's cool to have somebody ODing on fentanyl right outside your house. By the way, they'd like to own things. They don't think that the Uber economy is the real economy. They'd like to have a little house somewhere and own a car. They think credit card debt is bad and they're upset about it and they talk about it because they're right on all counts. So these election results, if you look at them, and I would recommend everyone do so, not just because you love Trump, but because the long era of darkness is over, actually. It's over. We'll have political debates going forward. You've got your ideas, I've got my ideas, we can debate them. But I honestly don't think ever again in my lifetime will the richest people in the country be able to point a finger in your face and say, your position is too immoral to discuss, and if you keep talking, we're going to put you in jail. That has been their position. And they will never again get away with that. Ever. And if they think that boys can become girls and should compete on the swim team. That's fine. They're going to have to explain exactly how that works. And if they think that Ukraine's borders are more important than our borders, that's fine, but they're going to have to explain why. And if they think that it's okay for like 3 companies owned by their donors to buy up all the residential housing in the country and rent it back to you at a higher rate, they're going to have to tell you why that's a good idea. They can never again just do exactly what they want by waving away your concerns with an epithet. Shut up, racist won't work anymore. There are no permanent victories in this life. It doesn't mean that people who voted for Trump are going to get exactly what they want forever. You'd have to be a politician to make that promise, which I am not. That's a lie. But the era of no debate, shut up and obey, surf is over. It is over. So it is a lot harder if you run things to reason with people, to treat your population as citizens rather than slaves. It's a hassle. And someone like Kamala Harris, well, she wasn't capable of explaining what she thought or why. She wasn't capable of making an argument. And by the way, I'm not attacking her. I always felt sorry for her. I did. I mean it. I never attacked I'd make fun of Kamala Harris, in a kind of gentle, compassionate way. But she was a bystander to her own life. She never made a meaningful decision. She wasn't at fault for anything. She had no clue what was going on. She was just white-knuckling it through the day. The second the Xanax started to wear off, she'd be like, I got to get out of here. She was chosen from like a sort of national contest, like the way they used to choose, like the kids on the baby food boxes or whatever. We need someone who looks like this, who will say the following things. Oh, there she is. Let's make her Attorney General of California and then Vice President. It's like that's how it happened. She never had a role in it at all. So I'm not going to attack her. But the people who chose her and put her up to it, and her senile boss, who, by the way, was senile when he became president in 2020, the people who pulled that caper off and kept it from everybody for 4 years, those people are mad because they don't want to explain why they're doing what they're doing because they can't justify it. It's unjustifiable. I had this problem for many years as someone whose job it was to ask people to explain themselves. They just wouldn't come. They would not come. It's like, we're not talking to you, racist. Okay. And I would always say, whatever. I would always say, just to rattle them, I said this 3 different times to the New York Times. They never printed it. I thought it was the funniest thing ever. They'd be like, you're racist. They'd be like, actually, I'm not. And if I was, I would say so. Actually, I'm a sexist. Which I thought was hilarious. I thought that was like the funniest line ever. It was on the record. They not one time printed it. And I always thought, if I was interviewing someone who's like, no, I'm actually a sexist, I'd be like, wow, that's a headline. They never ran that. Because they didn't care. They didn't care if I was a racist or a sexist or a Martian or a transcendental meditation enthusiast. It didn't matter. None of it mattered. The point was, shut up. Shut up. And if you don't shut up, it drives them completely bonkers because they have no plan B. If you don't shut up, they have to explain themselves and justify, like, was Hunter Biden like a energy expert? How much did he know about natural gas? Like, what was that? And Joe Biden, how did you get a credit card company to pay for your house? Shut up, racist! There are just a lot of unanswerable questions. Why do we have biolabs in Ukraine? That's kind of weird, right? Of all the nations of the world, if you're looking for people to run biolabs and do gene editing, would you pick Ukraine, the poorest and most corrupt country in Europe? I don't think so. You'd probably go to Geneva, wouldn't you? Or Liechtenstein? I think I would. You go to Ukraine? What is that? Shut up, racist! I still don't know the answer, though I have some guesses. But the point is, it's a massive threat when the population decides not to shut up and just politely insist on answers. And so at that point, you're stuck with very few options because you can't answer the question. And anyone who's been a teenager knows the feeling of being cross-examined by, a grouchy parent. Like, what is the answer? The whole front of the car is stoved in, like, how'd that happen? You don't really have an answer, right? So what are they going to do about it? Well, they have about a month. And I don't want to make anybody paranoid, but I don't think you can overstate how profound this is. It's not even about Donald Trump. Oh, it is about Donald Trump, of course, and his policies and the people he's going to appoint, but it's bigger than that. It's about a population that feels free to demand answers from people who've effectively been oppressing them for decades. And they're afraid. Now, by the way, you know, I think certain people should be afraid. I think Tony Fauci should be afraid, actually. You fund the creation of the COVID virus. You know you're doing it. You're committing Frankenstein research with American tax dollars in a Chinese military biolab. You know that COVID is out. It escaped from the lab in August of 2019. Within a short period, you know this. You don't tell anybody about it. You're responsible for the creation of this virus. You know that with the Chinese military. And somehow you get to boss the country around. You get to exert more power than any single citizen in the history of the United States. And then at the end of that, once you've been exposed as a criminal, you get Secret Service protection at taxpayer expense and a sinecure at Georgetown because you're a hero and anyone who asks questions is a danger to you. We need to correct some misconceptions there, okay? But in general, I would say Trump voters, like Trump himself, are really forgiving people. They don't seek revenge. They seek some measure of justice because the human heart longs for justice, but they don't seek to grind their enemies under their feet. That's what the left does. Most of these people are Christians anyway. They believe in forgiveness. So I actually don't think Kamala Harris faces a prison term. And I don't want Kamala Harris to go to prison. I would like Kamala Harris to get a legitimate job for the first time in her life. Unlikely, has no skills. Whatever. I have a lot of hopes. But it doesn't matter. The people who've been running things are absolutely paranoid and afraid. And it's not just Democrats, by the way. It's Mitch McConnell in the Senate. It's a number of Republican senators who have collaborated with the regime for years, many, many years, and they are really afraid. And the main thing they're afraid of is disclosure. The system operates on secrecy. And again, anyone who has been a teenager, or anyone who is male, I'll just say that, understands that secrecy is 100% a marker for sin. As distinct from privacy, by the way, we have, doors on bedrooms and bathrooms. Privacy is great. We have no privacy. They have secrecy. So secrecy allows people to do things which, if known, they could not do. Evil thrives in darkness. We know this. And so the whole system is set up to keep you from knowing what they're doing. And they use classification laws in order to do that. And they fear that if Donald Trump's appointments go through and Donald Trump's people get in charge of the government and get control of the levers, that they will reveal to the country what has been happening, well, to be precise about it, for about 61 years since whatever, or 63 years, I guess. Well, exactly. And then subsequent to that, what exactly has been going on? And so, by the way, I just want to pause and say, you will know that reform is coming, that corruption is in retreat. You will know that things have a chance of getting better when Tulsi Gabbard is confirmed as Director of National Intelligence. And why will you know that? Why is that a critical appointment? It's not just because you like Tulsi Gabbard, agree with her. Even if you dislike Tulsi Gabbard and disagree with Tulsi Gabbard, don't like her. She is the critical appointment because she has the ability to declassify the truth about what your government has been doing in your name with your money for decades. No one doubts that Tulsi Gabbard's a patriotic person. She's an Army officer. She served in the U.S. military for 20 years. So, by the way, if she was a foreign agent, how exactly is she carrying a gun in the U.S. military? It's absurd. You will know who's on which side by the reaction to Tulsi Gabbard. If there are Republican senators who are voting against Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation, then you either in the Intel Committee or in the Open Senate, you will know that person is not only my enemy as someone who voted for change, for openness, for transparency, for an end to corruption, for a draining of the swamp, you know that person is an enemy of the United States. Period. It's really that simple. And you will get the same story. Oh, it's national security. We can't let our enemies know. We can't trust Tulsi Gabbard. No, we can't trust you, actually. This is going to take place in the open, assuming we get that far. So this is just the one point I want to make about the next 30 days. There will be attempts to prevent this from happening. I don't want to make anyone feel paranoid. But at this point, once you win the Electoral College and the majority of the popular vote, that is an undeniable mandate, so there's no way to argue that Trump shouldn't be seated or anything like that. No one is contesting this election. No one can. You're going to need an event that is effectively catastrophic to change the course from openness to more secrecy, and there's no faster way to do that than a war. And by the way, the kind of war that the Biden administration is advocating for right now with the world's largest nuclear armed power could eliminate the United States and the entire Western Hemisphere. That's not an overstatement. But you will see people you think are your allies all of a sudden telling you when the United States so badly needs attention, someone in charge of the United States has to look at the country and say, you're in trouble. The numbers show it clearly. This country needs the attention of its leaders. It needs the care of its leaders. It needs people who actually want to improve the country, not the world, the country. And if some of those people look you right in the face and say, I'm sorry, we're just going to have to deploy to this, that, or the other country because there's an imminent threat to the world, you know those people are trying to thwart the progress that you voted for. Those people are your enemies. I'm sorry to say that. It's just true. And I don't care what I lived there all these years. And I watched it no, we have to do this. We have to do this. And this person is now our enemy. And I went along with it every single time. I was like, well, that guy sounds bad. And by the way, they almost always were bad. You know what I mean? Like, most leaders are pretty bad. Everyone's a kind of variety of Idi Amin, though most are less entertaining than he was. But you know what I mean? Like, this leader's bad. Well, I believe that. That's why I don't live there. I'm from here. I was born here. This leader's bad. Yeah, great, got it. So we need to all of a sudden take our entire budget, all of our energy, all of our attention, and focus on killing this leader. Well, it's like, you know, I'm not going to weep for that leader, but like, what about me? What about my country? What about my children? Well, that can wait. Well, actually, it can no longer wait. And I think we need to say that really, really clearly. And the next time Dan Crenshaw stands up and says, but you don't understand the threat. Shut up, Dan Crenshaw. And everyone liked Dan Crenshaw. Just about had it with you. You got hundreds of thousands of American citizens dying of drug ODs, and you've done nothing. Your state was invaded by foreign nations at the behest of international organizations, including the United Nations. 15 million young men just came into our country for reasons we can't even understand, and you did nothing over your border. And you're going to tell me that some other nation is the threat? No, you're the threat. And that's true. So I don't care what party that person comes from. That person is an enemy of everything that you voted for. Trust me. We've seen this movie so many times, and the way that they short-circuit your critical thinking and get you to go along with it, and I know because I've been a victim of this, is by scaring the crap out of you with something. And the second you're afraid, you're like, oh, I guess an experimental vax, okay, I'll take it. Oh, I can't go outside anymore? All right. I'm worried about my grandchildren. Oh, we need to kill Saddam Hussein. He's bad. No! No mas! No mas! Fix this country. You are the father who abandoned his children, and there's no excuse for that. You, Dan Crenshaw, you entire Democratic Party, you Mitch freaking McConnell, you're the one whose own children languished and died while you focused on the neighbor's kids or kids in another country. All of that may be fine, but your duty is to your kids. That's why you're the leader. And anyone who shirks that duty is guilty of abandonment. And there is no lower man than the man who abandons his family. There is no lower form of leader than the leader who doesn't care about the people in his charge. And so make that the litmus test, I would say. I mean it, and I don't care what they say. They'll get up there and be like, well, I'm against trans swimmers too. Well, really? Who isn't? You'd have to be a freak to be for that. If that's the price of entry, we're not charging enough. You're against trans swimmers? Okay. Then you're not like brain damaged or something. Like, what? Of course you're against trans swimmers. Swimming with girls. I mean, obviously. Demand more. What are your priorities? And if they tell you some faraway place where people speak a language you don't understand, in a conflict that you can't possibly comprehend because it's in another country, that's priority one, you're done. You're done, Mike Pence, and all the rest of those people. But they're relentless. I mean, they are relentless. I mean, it is basically everybody. And I just want to, I don't know if Don was just up here before me. I was, of course, chatting like a magpie backstage, so I didn't hear it. But he is really my personal view is smartest guy in that whole orbit and really feels it. You know, didn't learn his politics from a book or from Twitter, but actually feels it. And he always says, when you deal with politicians, it's the politics of pain. They don't understand anything else. It's not how you deal with normal people. And if you're a decent human being, you don't get people to respond to you by threatening them, because that's sick. You don't beat your dog. You don't threaten to, smack your kids until they obey you. That's grotesque. You can convince people with love and by example. Unfortunately, that's not how you deal with politicians. They just don't respond that way. They're a different kind of organism. You really have to tell them, I'm sorry, get with the program or you can't get elected again. Because that's the only thing you care about. Because you're weird. And that has to be a baseline demand. Dan Crenshaw cannot be a congressman again. You just can't. It's just too insulting. Ugh. Anyway, I'm going to just stop because I could go on my rants, but I want to take a couple questions. Well, I love you too. I can't even see you. I'm going to take a quick out break and take your questions. Yes, sir.
Do you know your questions?
Can I sign? I'm not qualified to sign your hats. I'm left-handed and dyslexic. Okay, hold on. This man right here.
You're going to do great.
The question is Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens? I'm only friends with one, but I'll say I want to support people when they're right and not when they're wrong. And why do you ask questions like that? You're a smart one. I'll tell you, I'll just be clear on this. I really think the fastest way to destroy the United States, I think the reason that we're trillions of dollars in debt, I think the reason that our social cohesion is frayed, I think the reason we opened the borders, I think it's all connected, and it all stems from the core sin, which was believing that it was our job or duty to reorganize the world along our lines and control Iraq or, huge swaths of the world. We're not good at that, and we didn't succeed in doing it, and we never repented for it. I think the cost of foreign wars is deeper than just the deaths and the agony that they caused. I think the whole society has felt it, and I think that, there are wars that you have to fight. Those do happen. That's real. I'm not against all wars. Some wars are necessary. You get invaded, you have to fight back. A home invasion requires you to pick up your gun and say, get out. And if you won't, you shoot him. I mean, I'm not Gandhi, okay? But a war of choice for the profit of a few and to satisfy the completely ridiculous theories of AEI and all these other absurd think tanks in Washington, those are really immoral. And anyone who's for that going forward is immoral. I think that. Convince me otherwise. Yes, sir. So legacy media is obviously collapsing, and I just think we should take a moment of silence, really, to reflect inwardly at the joy. Like, there are moments, a child is born for the first time, your first kiss, asking the woman you love to marry you, MSNBC and CNN dying, like, they're all kind of connected. So we should, before we move on to, like, what's next, we should just appreciate how great that is. And they're not dying, they committed suicide through lying, which is, by the way, suicidal. If you're in the trust business and you can't stop lying, you've killed yourself. But what comes next? Well, I think what we have. I mean, I think that X is an amazing thing, There are probably downsides, but I think the massive upside is it's basically uncensored. I think podcasts are amazing. I can't even believe it's happening. I worked in television where we thought no one would pay attention for more than 4.5 minutes, and then we had to go sell prostate cures or gold scams, and it turns out people wanted like 3 hours. I mean, what? There's no greater compliment you can pay a nation, a citizenry, that they want information and understanding so badly they will listen for 3 hours. That's incredible. It makes me feel great about America, grateful to Joe Rogan for basically creating the genre. When everyone laughed at him, including me, I never said it to his face, but I was like, Joe Rogan, really? He thinks people are going to listen for 3 hours? Amazing. So I think we're in a great place, and I think that we should, instead of thinking of new forms of media, we should defend the ones we have, which are all based on free speech. And you're going to hear people say in the coming months and years, we can't have speech this free because it's a danger. It offends people, it causes violence. That's a lie. Violence and speech are not the same. I can offend you, that's different from shooting you. Do not accept any attempt to take away your birthright, something that God gave you, and a government's job is to protect, which is your absolute right to say what you think is true, period. And that is worth defending above all things. And there are going to be people you think you're allies. The deception is profound. It's profound. We were promised profound deception, and we're getting it. It's not simple deception. It's not, drink Bud Light because some dude dressed as a schoolgirl. That's the obvious deception. He's not a schoolgirl. He's a dude. That's not really deception. That's like make-believe. It's a joke. Deep deception is an actual threat, and it plays upon your best qualities, your compassion. That's what happened during COVID. Good people obey. Do you love your grandparents? Then you'll obey. Well, of course, all good people love their grandparents. They respect the elderly. So they preyed upon your best qualities. They leveraged your decency against you. That's deception. And you're going to see that with speech. You're going to see this is hate. And some of it may, in fact, be hateful. But it's still your birthright to express what you believe, even if other people don't like it. And if there's one thing you have to defend, it's that. Yes, sir. I think we have a microphone. Hey!
Hi, my name is Annabelle. I want to thank you for being a patriot. And my question is, how can I help?
Well, I think you are helping. You've brightened my day already. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Every time, maybe because I have a lot of children, but every time I see like a bright-eyed, cheerful child speaking directly, it lifts my spirits. It compensates for a lot of bad things that I see. So that's way more important than any speech given in the Senate, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Awesome. Great job.
Thank you. These people have microphones. Yes, sir.
So if we have time.
Oh, microphone. Sorry.
Oh, me? Hi, Tucker. My name is Joshua, and I'm happy that I get to ask you a question at AmericaFest for the second time. I just wanted to ask your thoughts about conservatives running away from the issue of abortion and caving on the right to life. I fear that by avoiding this issue, it will result in the GOP eventually being a pro-choice party, which will result in the GOP becoming a less conservative party, since without the right to life, all other rights are meaningless. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Well, there's this super interesting phenomenon that I've noticed in my own life, and it's described in some detail in the New Testament, which is the outcome is actually the opposite of what you expect. The meek inherit the earth. And just when you think you're losing, actually is the moment when you realize that you've kind of won. And the opposite is always true. When you think you've won, you're usually in for a surprise. And I think abortion is a perfect example of this. Yes, I've been
very sincere on that issue, you know, my whole life. And I noticed it, and I really care about it. I have a child who was born on January 22nd, which is the anniversary of Roe v. Wade. So it was like, you know, I thought about it a lot. And yeah, I've been really distressed by the, you know, the cowardice of Republican politicians. And it's a class thing too. It's like, you know, rich people don't want to talk about the social issues. Well, the social issues are the only issues that matter. Like what? You know, whether people live or die and how my family does, that's a social issue. That doesn't matter. Not as important as GDP and war. Oh, shut up. It's all that matters are the social issues, because socialization is the only thing that I care about is other people. Anyway, but they're very embarrassed of those, and those are considered like redneck issues or religious people issues. But the truth is, I think every single person in the country knows that abortion is at best a real tragedy, and at worst what was clearly a form of human sacrifice. And that's why they had an abortion van outside the Democratic convention. I don't really think anybody sincerely shouts their abortion with joy. I think everybody knows that the cascading effects of that, you know, never leave, and it's like the true tragedy. Taking of life is always the greatest tragedy. And I actually think the time is right to just say that out loud. This is the opposite of liberation, speaking of deception. The main thing that most people want, I mean, there's surveys in this, but we don't need surveys. We know this is children. I mean, that is the only real measure of wealth, is children. And anyone who's against children, making it harder for you to have them, making it easier for you not to have them, is the enemy of you and of humanity itself, is pro-death. And I just don't think in the end that wins. And I think everyone secretly knows it. And I think the hysteria and the extremism of the abortion people is testament to that. It's like when you know you're wrong, you get louder and more hysterical, right? And so I actually think it's become super obvious. They can't even, by the way, I felt like 30 years ago under Clinton, they had a pretty good formula for justifying abortion. They were like, well, it's safe, legal, and rare, and it's a tragedy when a 14-year-old gets raped. And I was like, well, that's for sure. It's a tragedy. And because it's so tragic, you need an abortion. Now they're like, no, you want to like do something good for America? Kill your kid. Well, that's just Mayan at that point. I mean, that's just, you know what I mean? That's Canaanite. That's just human sacrifice. And they're just saying it. So I do think it divides the country into people who sort of know that and it's obvious, and then people who embrace it. And, you know, it's sad, but they're probably not going to be on your side. So I actually think the recognition that human life is the most important thing is dawning on people, and that I'm not even Catholic, and I agree that war, euthanasia, abortion, killing people, it's just bad. And anyone who's enthusiastic about killing people is scary. And the last thing I'll say is the one thing I am worried about is euthanasia, which is the state murder of its citizens. And I think the economic incentives are really powerful for the state to want to do that. As healthcare costs rise, as depression rises, which I think is one of the byproducts of prescription drug use, SSRIs actually have not lowered the suicide rate, they've increased it, et cetera, et cetera. That's all getting very obvious, and it's super expensive, and how do you pay for it? Well, Canada's just like, we'll just kill you. Make it very hard to get your knee replaced, make it very easy to die. And I'm very concerned that's coming here. And you don't have to be Catholic or even Christian to see that as totally evil. And I hope, and I will demand, to the extent I have any control, that the Republican Party says no to that immediately. People are not objects. They're not animals. You can't slaughter them. They have souls. And just because you're expensive and inconvenient doesn't make you human. We reject slavery because we embrace the humanity of every person. That's why we're against slavery, because we recognize that people are human beings with souls created by God. And anyone who says you can just kill them when they get in the way, whether it's in Ukraine or an abortion clinic or in a euthanasia lab, is evil. And I don't care if they claim that it's liberation. It's not. It's the darkest thing. It's murder. So, whatever. But I fully expect the people who told you that you had to relinquish the Bill of Rights in favor of protecting old people will be the very first to say we need to kill all the old people because they're too expensive. Yes, sir.
This will be the last question of the night.
Oh, man, I'm just getting rolling now.
I hope you'll like my question. So, hi, Tucker. My name's Jake. I just want to say I named my dog after you. So,
You know what? I take that as a dog man. I take that as a high compliment. So thank you.
I love your laugh too. So, my question is about nicotine.
Yeah.
So I see your little packet. I don't know if that's Zyn or Alp, but from what I hear, nicotine comes with a bunch of benefits, increasing testosterone. Love that. So it's my 16th birthday today, and they say you should be 21, 18, 25. When did you start taking nicotine, and when would you recommend taking nicotine?
Who comes up with these questions? You're trying to get me in trouble. So let me just be clear. There are laws about this. Whether or not I think they're insane, that you can go fight and die in Iran, but can't have a nicotine pouch at 18. In fact, they'd like you to go fight and die in Iran, but you can't have a nicotine pouch. I think we've got misplaced priorities. But there are laws about making health claims about, you can make health claims about anything. They tell you weed is good for you. They tell you to take, Adderall in 5th grade. Go ahead and take SSRIs. You need some benzodiazepines because those are good, not addictive or anything. But nicotine is somehow a threat. And I suspect that any compound that makes the population passive and willing to accept mistreatment is favored. And any compound that heightens awareness, like black coffee, which they're always telling you is bad, and I can tell you as a 55-year-old who's had approximately a gallon of it every day for 41 years, it's not, is disfavored. So I can only tell you it works for me. I'm not going to tell you how old I was when I started using related products, but I'm 55 and I've been using it for 41 years. And I'm not endorsing that at all. I'm just telling you what worked for me. I don't drink or use drugs of any kind, including Advil, and I haven't for 22 years. I've got pretty bad eating habits, which is obvious. I love pizza, but I don't put any chemicals in my body whatsoever other than nicotine and black coffee, and I feel great. I do. I feel, and by the way, I just want to say again, this is not licensed health advice. I don't run the CDC, okay? I'm not in charge of the Department of Agriculture's food pyramid, so I'm not going to tell you to eat 11 loaves of bread to lose weight. Because I'm not a certified scientist or a genius like the people who told you that masks would keep you from catching COVID. And by the way, get 9 boosters. So I don't have the moral authority to give you advice about how to be healthy. I can only tell you what's worked for me, a man with a checkered academic record. But I can say, I feel good. I'll take one more question. Sorry.
Thank you, Tucker. Follow-up question for my 22 question to you. Unfortunately, here in State 48, the psychopathic overlords in our establishment class continue to steal our voices and our votes. It happened in California. It happened in 4 different Senate races. As ground forces on the field, we fight every day, mostly against the gelded, old, pathetic GOP.
Yes.
But what would you suggest we, the people, do to reestablish our rights to choose our servants? Thank you, sir.
I mean, I think there are a couple things. The first thing you can do is make it known that non-citizens cannot be counted in the census to apportion congressional seats. That is totally, well, it's unconstitutional, but more to the point, it defeats the basic premise of democracy, which is that citizens run their own country. It's self-government, right? That's the point of a republic. We hire people to run it for us, but we run it because it belongs to us because we're from here, we're citizens. If you allow foreigners, non-citizens, legal or illegal, to pick your representation, then foreign countries run your country, and that's called colonialism, over which we fought a revolutionary war. So that cannot be allowed, okay? So that's the first thing you can do.
The second thing you can do is point out that a sanctuary city or state is a form of insurrection much more profound than anything South Carolina attempted in 1861 at Fort Sumter. You are saying that you are not following the most basic of all federal laws, which is the federal government, not state governments, the federal government gets to decide who comes into the country. And you're saying, I'm opting out. That's insurrection, actual insurrection, not fake insurrection like January 6th 4 years ago, but actual insurrection. And there is a long precedent for dealing with this. It happened in 1956 in Little Rock when Central High School decided we're going to ignore Brown versus Board of Education, and the Republican president of the United States, Dwight D. Eisenhower, sent the 101st Airborne to Little Rock and said, no, you're going to obey federal law. Period. Because if you don't, it's insurrection. Because these are core questions. These are not minor sort of peripheral questions. These are questions of national sovereignty. So I have no idea why anybody in Washington, but especially Republicans in Washington, I mean, they're mesmerized by turning Iraq into Belgium and defending Ukraine. That's the actual answer. But why did they put up with this? They shouldn't, and we should demand that they don't put up with it. And the third thing you can do is primary the hell out of anyone who doesn't represent you. And no one does that. And what happens is they talk you into not doing it. Lindsey Graham does this every 6 years. So find some issue, and he'll be like, I mean, he did it during the Kavanaugh hearings, and he did an amazing job. Lindsey Graham's one of the most charming people in Washington. If you wonder why people still listen to Lindsey Graham, it's because he's hilarious, and he's like fun to have dinner with. But the truth is, he's totally non-aligned with the Republican electorate. Like his priorities have nothing in common with the priorities of Republican voters, including in South Carolina. But every 6 years, he'll pick a symbolic issue and he'll be like, I stand with Judge Kavanaugh. And everyone's like, oh, you're such a hero. And then it's back. The second he's elected, it's like, no, it's, hey, shut up, Americans, about your stupid border and your invasion. Nobody cares. Shut up, racist. It's Ukraine. They all do that. And they did it. I mean, no one could be more offended by boys in girls' sports as the father of 3 daughters than I am. So I'm not like pro Dylan Mulvaney or whatever at all. But I also understand sleight of hand when I see it because I've seen gypsies do 3-card Monte and have been the victim of it. It's so fast, you don't know what happened. Like, where's the peanut? Underneath the walnut shell. It was right there. They're too fast. I know what that looks like. They divert your attention. And they use that issue to divert your attention from what they were actually doing, which is ignoring your concerns in favor of the concerns of their donors and foreign countries and lobbies for those countries. That's just a fact. And they use the trans issue to do that. I hate to tell you this. And a lot of people in your conservative media did exactly the same thing. And they made you feel like they were on your side. But they weren't, because they don't really care about that issue. You do. That's why you think they're on your side. You cared about Judge Kavanaugh. So when Lindsey Graham's like, oh, yeah, I'm on your side, you're like, you know, I kind of like that guy, actually. That charming little midget from South Carolina. But trust me, you just got played. So the key is to figure out what's important to you and your family and your neighborhood and start there. Like, one of the problems people have is they extrapolate outward too much. They live in a distant place. They live online. Look at your own family. Like, what do your kids need? They can't afford to go to college. They can't make enough in their job to buy a house at 32. They can't make enough to get married and produce grandchildren for you. That's a crisis. That's way more a crisis than anything Iran will ever do to this country. And so demand that your elected leaders who are using your money and have your authority and your military, that they do something about it. Your neighborhood looks nothing like it did 10 years ago because of illegal immigration. Well, we have a military on which we spend like $1.5 trillion a year. Why aren't they at the border protecting the country they serve? What is that? I don't understand. And anyone else who doesn't get that immediately is not qualified to represent you. And I actually think it rarely takes a primary. I think if enough people sit down with Congressman X, even someone like Dan Crenshaw or Lindsey Graham, yeah, boo. But I think if you actually sat down with Dan Crenshaw and said, listen, Dan, I get it. You're a little, but I'm kind of on to you now. And we want you to do the following 10 things. And if you don't, we're going to get someone who's aligned with us, and we're going to primary you. And at the very least, we're going to wreck your day. And he'll maybe be like, okay, your concerns are more important than the concerns of my donors. I will actually do what you want.
Because in the end, it's not personal. You just want someone to listen to you and help you. That's the whole point of our system. Your representatives are there to help you. And if they're not, then you have to replace them. You have to be serious about it. And they will listen to you. If you are serious, they will listen. And by serious, I don't mean threatening them or jumping up and down. But just call Charlie Kirk, man. There's no one better at that. Hey, Charlie Kirk, I'm calling, I'm a Turning Point Action donor, and I think we should primary so-and-so. Call Charlie Kirk. Probably, yeah, Lindsey Graham, someone should just do that. Not because, I kind of like Lindsey Graham personally, but it is such an insult to the idea of an opposition party. You have two parties. They should not agree with each other on the biggest questions. Because if they do, someone's getting left out of the equation, and that person is you. Someone needs to represent you on the big issues, the things that actually matter. Not just on swimmers at some state college, but on real issues. And anyway, just make them obey. I think that's up to us. Don't be charmed by them. Force them. Spank them like the bad little girls they are. Thank you.
All right, so that's Tucker Carlson, and I think the wrap-up is going to be Charlie Kirk's going to come back out and say goodnight in a second. We'll take that when it comes out. Hey, listen, this whole thing about Kamala rushing back to the White House and people saying, did Joe kick it? Not unless he kicked it in the last 20 minutes. I'll show you what seemingly is the talk. So understand, it doesn't appear as though Joe has kicked it. Based on what I'm seeing and what I'm checking. So I have no idea why she's rushing back. Maybe it's the drone swarm finally. Maybe finally they made contact. And the people said, bring me to your leader. And they didn't know which one they were talking about. Was it Kamala or Joe? So who knows? But we'll find out really, really quick. So we have one more. They're running a commercial for Turning Point right now. And then we'll finish up. So while they're doing that, I can show you. This is the tweet that we just saw. It says, Kamala Harris just abruptly canceled her planned trip to California and raced back to the White House. The part everybody's missing is Biden also just returned to D.C. after being expected to stay in Delaware until after Christmas. So there's something going on, and there are all the police. Then I saw this one. This is by the RNC Research as I checked the screen here. And this is at 9:55 tonight. This is Joe returning to the White House after being in Delaware. And so I'm not sure what, if anything, is going on, but he seems to be walking in his slow way. That's it. So don't know what's going on. They don't look like they're in a rush to go anywhere, but who knows? Maybe he's sick, maybe he's not sick, I don't know. They just cut the feed, so that was the last one of the evening. Charlie Kirk didn't come back out. That was Tucker did the bow. That was it. And yep, that's it. All right, so just to let you know tomorrow so far what the schedule looks like at this point. The schedule at this point is for everything to this soiree. Remember, they're 2 hours. We're 2 hours ahead. It looks like 1:30. The first speaker is Riley Gaines. Then doesn't look like many other speakers until looks like 2 o'clock-ish or so. Sebastian Gorka. And then the meat comes Roger Stone, Danica Patrick, Sage Steele, Nicole Shanahan, and James O'Keefe takes the stage at about 4 p.m. Steve Hilton, Cliff Maloney, and then the biggies come. At about 5 o'clock, General Michael Flynn. Oh, I gotta get some sleep. It's gonna be a long day. Then at 5:55, Byron Donalds comes up. Then Michael Knowles at 6:20, and then Patrick Bet-David at 7 p.m. So it's going to be a long day tomorrow. And then, of course, the day after that is when Let's see, Saturday. No, that's Saturday. When's Trump? Trump's speaking on Sunday. We got Carrie Lake. We got Michael Watley, Brandon Tatum, all kinds of people coming. Jeffrey Tucker, Scott Pressler speaking on Saturday, and Trump doesn't come. I skipped the day. Trump doesn't even come till Sunday. So we got a long way to go here after day one right now. And thank you guys all for coming. Let me go ahead and World War III alert. Yeah, maybe they had to write. Well, see, I don't think that's it either. Because if it was probably a World War III alert or something under attack, he wouldn't be going back to the White House. They'd be taking him to a bunker somewhere. So I don't think that's what it is. Or at least let's pray that's not what it is. But we don't know. So let me do some quick super chats here. Well, I don't think it's going to be quick. Yeah, it'll be quick. Helen Tower, thank you. Aisha Natera, sorry, Trivian Cootie is correct spelling on X. Okay, I'll check her out. DJ, I think the 20th, my blood pressure will finally go back to normal and my anxiety will be exchanged for laughter. Yeah, we just got to get to the 20th, that's for sure. Polite, rude guy, I'd like Harris to admit they cheated. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Polite, rude guy again. How do you feel about Romney saying Vance need to be 2028? Yeah, I think, if Trump doesn't run, that's probably the next person in line. He's the vice president, so yeah. Polite guys, 22nd Amendment doesn't exactly ban non-consecutive terms. He could run. I believe that as well in reading that, but I don't think he's going to want to. Baroness Hart, thank you, Barry. Feel all we need a night of positivity. Oof, we just got one. Lots of positivity. Just me, heaven on earth with Trump. It was a great night. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks, Barry, from New Toothbrush. I haven't seen you before. Thank you. Drew Pointer, my son graduated from West Point. Biden gave his graduation speech, and most of it was about China. Putz never went to the Army-Navy game. Nope, never did. Acid burn here, berries from the poor man's watching you. Let me get to you. I don't know how I'm going to get through tomorrow, man. My voice is shot. I'm going to have to gargle. Tommy Radcliffe, this is a second great man he knew from the beginning. Joanna, thank you, Barry. We truly appreciate you watching your shows. It's always educational. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Eric Smith, thank you very much. Big Cat, it's getting late. Thank you, Barry, for keeping this up tonight. It's a great place to be here on your fanfare stream, and the good times are on the way. It's not even that late. It's like 11:47. I remember on election night, we were in here till like 1 o'clock. We just had to keep going. Thankfully, we're not having to be to 1 o'clock tonight. Tommy Radcliffe again. I feel love for everyone here. I really do. Don't you? Don't you feel the love between us? Yes, I do. Definitely. It's one of the things a lot of people who haven't watched our streams before, they often comment on the camaraderie and how people here inside the chat actually, talk to each other. Tommy Radcliffe, it's our turn. Let's do the right thing and the other good things. We are winners. Let's go, winners. Freedom! Tanya P., hello. Barry, this show had the Spirit of God in it, especially when Dr. Carlson spoke. We all went to church. He sure did. He sure did. Bring it. Hi, Mark. Barry, what's with the 10-minute lag between you and RSBN? Different feed. I mean, I understand RSBN has their own cameras there, so whoever was doing the feed directly from the event was just a little bit different. But you know what? If you don't go look at them, you wouldn't know there was a lag. So that tells me you're cheating on me. You're straying, because if you were here, everybody talked, you wouldn't have known. So you just gave yourself up. But since you gave a nice super chat, I will forgive you. Bella Clyde, thank you very much. Let me just make sure. What was that all about here? Yeah, I think I said that one already. Okay. Yep. Hold on. I got to go back up to the top here. Don't want to miss people. Oh, Alex says, I want to nominate Charlie for House Speaker. Was he saying, not that it matters, but did somebody say that Charlie came out as gay? I thought somebody said that tonight. Gina Duncan, I don't know why anyone gets upset about not hearing a song and trying to tell Barry how to run the show, get a grip. Yeah, you can just go ahead and start a channel if you want to. So does RSBN just have a blanket copyright? I don't know what they have. They may be getting a press pass and getting some, I don't know. They may be a sponsor. Don't know. But I know that there are songs I use that I have to, after the show, have to go in and submit paperwork to YouTube and say, hey, this song played, and I have the rights to it. So it's all about rights. All about rights. Thank you, Barry. Ronald Zimmerman, glad I discovered your show. Thank you, Ronald, for coming in. Constipated Duck. Barry is the best. Barry, tell my family and friends to watch you. I appreciate that. Mauser Cat. Our black brothers and sisters love you all, and thank you for your help. Thank you very much. From Grandma Lynn, my 38-year-old son voted for Biden last time, Trump this time after a long, long conversation. He is glad now that he did. You're raising a good boy. Freedom will ring. Thanks, Barry, for your spread of patriotism. Thank you for watching. Cajun Scully. Offshore loaders is still an issue. Jenna, Barry, thank you for watching and listening and reporting news, having to endure the deep state media for all of us. Truly appreciate it. Oh, it's good. Merry Christmas to you, too. Oh, it's going to be lots of fun tomorrow after people basically try to tear this whole thing apart. You watch. Oh, they're going to be just crazy. Have you covered the Dan Crenshaw meltdown? Not yet. I'm about to. That's coming. I always like to wait a day or so and see what happens. Maria, Newt Gingrich as speaker, oversaw a couple of government shutdowns. Yep, it's not the end of the world. That's just the media and the Dems trying to make it that way. Todd Doyle, they are worried Elon might be running the country. Who the hell was running it the last 4 years? Good point. Good point. Yes, who was running it? Constipated Duck, I missed the America I grew up in. 1,500 pages of BS is what it was. Diamond G, I didn't know we could shut down the government. Well, we did. It's Friday. As of right, well, another 10 minutes, it'll be Friday. Tommy says, I sent a new guitar videos to Fanfare. Okay, honey, okay, I will take it. Take a look over there. Thank you very much. Gerald Costanza, thank you very much for being a new subscriber. I greatly appreciate it. Let me go here. All right, and Big Cat says, let's effing go. It's going to be like the good old days. Hell yeah, hanging with Barry, watching rallies. Yeah. So we got 3 more days of this. 3 more days. So come on back. It'll be some fun. I'm obviously going to go get something to eat right now. Walk the dog. You want to go for a walk, Midas? You want to go outside? Come here. People want to see you. Come here, come here, come here. Come here, buddy. He's sleeping. I can't believe somebody thought I'd, hit my dog. I was talking crap, just being a bad boy. Man, this dog, you don't even know. If it came down between me eating and him eating, I'm not going to have any dinner. I'm just telling you right now. I will do anything for these 2 dogs. They're like children to me. Right, man? Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. He's so lazy. He's so tired. He's falling back. I'm sleeping. He's tired. He wants to go to bed. He's been in here as long as we've been, so he's been here nearly 5 hours. And you're like, you want to go outside? No? You want a treat? No, I want nothing but the pillow. I want nothing but the pillow that I'm laying on right now in his little bed. All right, everybody. I thank you very much for tuning in. And Midas, thank you for not barking for 5 hours. You did good. You have to give him a treat or something. All right, see you tomorrow. If you guys get seizures, whatever, don't look at this outro as it's got all kinds of nice flashing lights. Talk to you guys tomorrow.